Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the October 17th, 2024 Northampton City Council meeting. I'm Alex Jarrett. I'm City Council President. I'll be presiding this evening, and along with Vice President Rachel Maori. This meeting and all participating in person and on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. The meeting can also be watched on Comcast Channel 15 or by streaming on Northampton Open Media's YouTube channel. I call the City Council to order. Could you call the roll, please?
Councillor Dobbs.
Here.
Councillor Elkins.
Here.
Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Clemmer.
Here.
Councillor Labarge.
Put that microphone a little closer.
Yeah, sure. Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Moulton.
Here.
Councillor Perry. And Councillor Rothenberg.
Here.
Council President, you have a quorum.
Okay, welcome, everyone. Tonight's highlights include the fiscal year 2025 first quarter financial report, in order to reprogram the hotel bridge funds for sidewalk repair, and 3 resolutions, one calling for passage of question 2 to replace the MCAS graduation requirement, in support of the state ballot question 4 to decriminalize natural psychedelics for therapeutic use, and calling for an embargo of U.S. arms to Israel. We have 2 public hearings, which I think will be relatively short before we get to public comment this evening. And we also have an announcement of an upcoming hearing. So, announcement of the tax classification hearing. Per Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 56, the Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing on Thursday, November 7th, 2024, at 6:30 p.m. in Council Chambers, 212 Main Street, Northampton, to discuss the percentages of the local levy to be borne by each class of real and personal property within the City of Northampton for fiscal year 2025. Instructions for accessing the hearing remotely may be found on the November 7th City Council agenda, to be posted on northamptonma.gov no later than 48 hours prior to the meeting. Then our first public hearing is 24.139, National Grid Pole Petition for Front Street. This is a petition to install one singly owned pole on Front Street, approximately 115 feet west of the center line of the intersection of Valone Drive, to support service upgrade request to number 58 Front Street. And we will hear all persons who wish to be heard. Could I have a motion to open the public hearing, please?
Make a motion to open a public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Moulton. Any discussion? Roll call, please, on opening the public hearing.
Sure. Councillor Dobbs.
Yes.
Councillor Elkins.
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councillor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
Councillor Maori.
Yes.
Councillor Moulton.
Yes.
Councillor Perry.
Yes.
And Councillor Rothenberg.
Yes.
Okay, with us here from National Grid is Lisa Jasinski. And Lisa, would you like to speak to this petition?
Sure. We were just proposing to set a pole, and it will be a first service to an existing house. There isn't a good way to actually service this house for an upgrade, and it will be in the town tank. There's not a lot of frontage in front of the house, so it would be too close to the house if we didn't put it on the town tank.
Thank you. I do notice that there is a sewer, DPW notices a sewer conflict, or near a conflict nearby, so that it would need to be hand dug or vacuum excavated.
Okay. I will pass that along.
Great. Would anyone else like to speak to this petition, or do any councilors have questions? Okay, seeing none, entertain a motion to close the public.
Move to close the public hearing. Second.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Elkins to close the hearing. Any discussion? Roll call on closing the hearing.
Councillor Elkins.
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councillor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
Councillor Maori.
Yes.
Councillor Moulton.
Yes.
Councillor Perry.
Yes.
Councillor Rothenberg.
Yes.
And Councillor Dobbs.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. The public hearing is now closed. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Normally, we would post these on the consent agenda, but that was mistaken. They were mistakenly not, so we will need to vote on each one independently. So I would entertain a motion to approve 24.139, the National Grid poll petition for Front Street.
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion made by Councilor Moulton and seconded by Councilor Clemmer. Any discussion on approval? Okay, seeing none, roll call please on approval.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Clemmer,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Rothenberg,
Abstain.
Counselor Dubbs,
Yes.
and Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay, that is approved with 8 yes votes and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is the public hearing on 24.140 Comcast petition for new service at 15 Gothic Street. This is to install new service on Gothic Street. And we have with us from Comcast, Michael Miller. But first, I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
Move to open the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Maori. Any discussion? Roll call, please, on opening the public hearing.
Counselor Clemmer,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Rothenberg,
Yes.
Counselor Dubbs,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
and Counselor Jarrett.
Yes. The public hearing is now open. And hello, Michael Miller, welcome.
Good evening, thank you.
Would you,
First of all, I guess I'd like to say, Laura, thank you for the communications back and forth. It's been much appreciated. And you want me to go ahead and just explain what the scope of work is?
yeah, briefly, anything you'd like to speak to it about?
So we had a request from the mass trial courts in the state to provide high-speed internet service, and this is a way to provide this location at 15 Gothic with the least amount of interruption to infrastructure. We plan to intercept a conduit in the asphalt sidewalk on the eastern side of Gothic Street and trench about 15 feet to their property and then proceed into their parking lot.
Thank you. I had a question. What is the material of the sidewalk pad? Is it a metal grade or some other surface?
It's a quasi-rated 15, I think it is, for the sidewalks. So, I mean, you could drive over this, but it's quasi-tan color.
And in terms of how its slipperiness, I'm thinking, in the winter, if we had ice or if it was wet, how does it compare to a regular sidewalk?
It's not smooth. I mean, there's lines in it, not high, very raised lines, but just the nature of it is not a slippery surface. It's comparable to a concrete, the quasi material.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. Would anyone else from the public or other counselors have questions? Okay, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close. Second.
Motion made by Councilor Elkins, seconded by Councilor Moulton. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Rothenberg,
Yes.
Counselor Dubbs,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Clemmer.
Yes.
Okay, public hearing is now closed, and thank you, Michael. I'd entertain a motion to approve 24.140.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Clemmer. Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please, on approval.
Okay. Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Rothenberg,
Abstain.
Counselor Dubbs,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Clemmer,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, that passes with 8 yes votes and 1 abstention. And now we're on to public comment. If you wish to make a public comment, please sign up on the sheet at the podium. If you're on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature, and the raise hand feature is in the bottom menu bar. And if you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. If you are having trouble on Zoom raising your virtual hand, you can turn on your video and raise your physical hand. If you want to submit a written public comment, you can email it to citycouncil@northamptonma.gov. It will be sent to all counselors and will be part of the public record. I actually have the beginning of the list, so we'll just get to that once we get through this. So I'm going to alternate between people in the room and people on Zoom. And before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. To ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, the council limits comments to a maximum of 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, I'll ask you to please finish your sentence. According to council rules, we don't respond during public comment, and it's your time to speak to us. Our rules also state that councilors and members of the public shall conduct themselves with civility and respect at all times. And your protected speech is a constitutional right, and one that we ask you to wield with consideration and respect for all, and recognition that the public space that grants you that freedom is shared equally by everyone. You can speak on any topic. It doesn't need to be on the agenda. And we do have members with hearing accessibility concerns, so if you don't have the floor, if you could use motions rather than sound while others are speaking, and please don't interrupt anyone while they're speaking. Thank you. So we'll go first to Peter Kakos. Welcome.
Thank you. Peter Kakos, Ward 4, Monteagle Road, Florence. Here tonight to address the resolution which we've all received about an arms embargo upon Israel by the United States. First of all, I'd like to thank the council for your hours of effort put in last February to have a resolution to demand a ceasefire. And I want to say that I wish I had better news for you this evening. Wish I could say that peace and reconciliation were moving along and progressing. But the fact of the matter is, it's worse than ever. Since October 1st, the government of Israel has forbade to northern Gaza any food. Since October 1st, 17 days, any food, any medicine, any water, even tents for shelter. People are dying on the scope of hundreds of thousands, though that's never reported because it would be too horrific for the public ear. So we're here this evening to thank you for considering the resolution to impose an immediate embargo on our U.S. weapons to Israel, and to support Senator Bernie Sanders' efforts in so doing. And so the resolution calls upon the council to speak, to address our federal elected officials, Markey, Warren, and McGovern, so to do. Again, I wish I had better news for you this evening. But it's only gone horribly worse. And if we do not act, what are we? Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Ella. Ella, your name and city or town, please.
Hi, my name is Ella. I am a resident of Amos and a student at UMass. And I'm here to speak to you guys about the resolution regarding ballot question number 4 on psychedelic legalization, with the strong sentiment that the proposed amendments addressing regulatory capture should be included in this resolution. While I absolutely support the effort of legalization as a step forward towards better mental health care, inequitable implementation and regulatory capture on the commission that is created by this ballot initiative. Other states which have legalized some significant costs associated with accessing therapeutic care, as well as other issues, and I think that we should do everything that we can to prevent this from happening in our home state. As written, the ballot initiative opens up significant concerns about, like I said, regulatory capture. The people that are regulating legalized medicines should not be a majority businessmen who are going to have profits as their core motivation. We need to maintain community involvement and democratic transparency on these commissions, as well as include representation for the indigenous people who have used these substances for generations and been unfairly discriminated against. These concerns are addressed in both amendments to this resolution, and I would strongly urge you to pass the resolution with the amendments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next in the room is Nick Mottern.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for taking up this resolution, which is really fundamental to bringing an end to this carnage. Good evening, my name is Nick Mottern. I live at 16 Strong Avenue in Northampton. I'm a member of the Leahy Fast for Palestine Committee, Demilitarize Western Massachusetts, and Veterans for Peace. Exactly 1 year ago today, Josh Paul resigned from his State Department job to tell us that the Biden administration was breaking the Leahy Law and other U.S. laws by sending weapons to Israel. This morning on Democracy Now!, a news program, Mr. Paul said, quote, "Not only am I saying that the U.S. is breaking U.S. law, but I've actually heard, as have others who are working, with whom I'm working, that members of Congress behind closed doors say, quote, we believe what Israel is doing with our weapons amounts to war crimes, but we won't say anything about that publicly." The Cost of War project hosted by Brown University just reported that the U.S. has given nearly $18 billion in weapons to Israel since October 7th, 2023. The report says further that this is only a partial accounting because of steps that the U.S. government is taking to keep the total cost hidden. That total does not include the additional $20 billion that Senator Bernie Sanders is trying to block. On Tuesday this week, as I was handing out our weekly newsletter at the intersection of Main and Pleasant Street, and that would be the newsletter called Solidarity Street News, put out by the Leahy Fast for Palestine Committee, a woman said to me that the only way we will stop U.S. support for genocide is from the grassroots.
That's time, if you could finish your sentence.
I implore the Northampton City Council to pass the Dubs resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Jenny Bender.
Hi, I live in Northampton, Massachusetts, and I'm also speaking in support of the resolution for an arms embargo on Israel. I imagine, I hope that most of us in this room have more shared values than not. I think that most of us in this room want to see an end to the killing in Gaza as well as a return of the hostages. And I urge councilors to move forward with an arms embargo, to say that we in Northampton will not take part in giving Netanyahu the weapons he needs to continue this war. I also, while I have the space here, the time here, I also want to urge everyone in this room, myself included, to listen more and look for the places where we can come together. We can, and frankly, I think we should disagree. How boring if we didn't ever disagree. But we can do that without making our neighbors the enemy. Whether you are Jewish like I am, or Palestinian, or Israeli, or American, we all have a right to our fear and our anger and our grief, and goodness knows there is more of that to go around so much these days. But we do not have the right to enact harm on others because of those feelings. And we have a responsibility, regardless of our feelings, to stop funding the killing in Gaza, please vote yes for an arms embargo on Israel. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room, Jennifer Scarlett.
Hi, good evening. Jennifer Scarlett, Northampton. Just before I start, I want to sort of give a trigger warning to the audience as well as the council that I'm going to speak about a young man who died in a fire in Gaza. And I'm also going to play a very brief audio of people who witnessed his death. So if anybody would be triggered by that, you might want to just step out for a minute or two. Thank you, Nick. So let me just say that this person in the photograph is a 19-year-old Palestinian man, Shaban Dalu. He had just started his university studies to become a software engineer. He and his mother had been praying in a mosque a week earlier in central Gaza. The mosque was bombed, 20 people were killed, he and his mother were injured. So he and his mother were in a tent on the grounds of the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital, in a tent, in a hospital bed, on IVs, getting treatment for their injuries from that bombing a week ago. And 3 days ago, Israel bombed the tents with an incendiary device, causing instant conflagration. Nobody could help the people in the tents. And this is Shaban burning to death. So for a moment, if you'll bear with me. The reason I'm sharing this is to put us a little bit with our eyes and ears in Gaza.
That's time, so I have to ask you to just finish your sentence.
Okay, if
So someone else could play it for you as one option. So I do have to ask you to just turn it off and let the next person speak. Thank you. Next on Zoom is Amy Sugihara.
Hi.
Welcome.
Amy Sugihara. I live in Florence. Sorry, that's hard to follow. Okay. So I'm moving on to an order to reprogram hotel bridge funds for sidewalk repair, if I can catch my breath here. Okay. So I didn't realize this would be so controversial, which is why I'm here this evening. I'm chair of the Disability Commission, but really I'm speaking more personally tonight. I understand that the bridge not being repaired is a huge loss for our community, but understanding that project is stopping, I think putting those funds to extraordinarily good use for so many people would be a good way forward for our community. People with disabilities have been left out of daily life activities for far too long. Sidewalks are basic, they're fundamental to getting around our city, for people who use mobility devices, for many seniors, for people pushing strollers, and absolutely everyone uses sidewalks and benefits from sidewalks in good condition. There are many places in Northampton that I simply cannot go independently, and some places I can't traverse even with assistance because of the state of sidewalks. My son plays in the Northampton High School Jazz Band, and they were playing at Click last year, and I couldn't get there. I parked, and I couldn't navigate the sidewalks on my own. It was horrible. I used to be able-bodied, and I took it for granted, you know, being able to go where you want to go, when you want to go there. To be shut out.
So that is time. So if you could just finish your sentence.
Thank you. All people being out and about, living our best lives, benefits everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room, is it Misho? Your name and city or town, please.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Misho Oliveira from East Hampton, and I'm very honored to be here, and thank you for your time and listening to my story. Tonight I'm here to share my wholehearted and overwhelming support in question 4, and to encourage you to vote yes. Roughly 6 years ago, my life was on the verge of catastrophe. Lifelong struggles with depression, anxiety, CPTSD, gender confusion, and addiction consumed my world. Psilocybin acted as a catalyst for significant personal growth and healing, and is the reason I am standing in front of you today. Natural plant medicines are powerful. They address the root causes of inner traumas and encourage you to explore within yourself to confront challenges head on. I have seen firsthand with not only myself, but with countless others who wake up every day struggling to get through the motions of life. Question 4 aims to provide access to these natural substances in a regulated environment with trained practitioners guiding the experience and ensuring your safety throughout. There is sound research on these medicines that show their effectiveness for treating mental health challenges like PTSD and depression. Psychedelics are not a magic cure, but for those who have felt these dark days personally, it sure feels magical to no longer live with that burden. But it's not enough to simply allow these substances to be available. We need to increase education and awareness around psychedelic medicines so our communities are able to make informed decisions about their mental health care. We need open dialogues and community engagement to destigmatize these treatments. That is why this resolution tonight is so imperative. We are sharing the power of natural plant medicines and spreading the word about their impact on our personal lives. Our local elected officials recognize that there is a serious mental health crisis going on, and we need to be doing more to help those in need. Please support question 4 to allow people in our community to have access to mental health that can possibly change and save their lives. And thank you for listening to me tonight.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Laurel. Laurel, your name and city or town, please.
Hello, I'm Laurel Carangelo, and I'm here in Northampton, Massachusetts. And I'm speaking in favor of the resolution for supporting the arms embargo of U.S. weapons to Israel. Just as, you know, a small part that we can do locally in Northampton to say we don't want the big weapons companies to be profiting off killing more people in Gaza. We've been seeing, like the person in the hospital that we just saw, we've been seeing people in lines getting food. And I mean, over 40,000, maybe 100,000 people in Gaza, still hostages in Israel. And at the same time that our tax money is going towards all this killing that Netanyahu's doing, and in Lebanon also, our schools are underfunded. We're seeing people in the southeast of the United States not getting the relief they need from the storms. So our money and our resources should go for caring for each other and for diplomatic solutions and end of all weapons that are killing Palestinian people, and diplomatic solutions so that Israeli hostages all can come home safely. I just want to add to you know, just the long-term dream that all Palestinians, all Israelis would live in safety, would thrive, that in our small town of Northampton, that all Islamic people, all Jewish people would feel safe and would thrive. And, you know, just a wish that us, you know, in this small community too, with the rise of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, even can continue to dialogue with each other and support each other's safety throughout this, and that this is sort of just the arms embargo is like this first step. Like, we all just don't want to be paying for the weapons that are killing the people. You know, like, let's just stop that, and then continue to talk and support each other and listen to each other with open hearts, so that we can support each other, and so we can have these agreements. You know, that we can still have these agreements and continue to support our neighbors. Thank you for this.
That was time. If you could finish your sentence.
Thank you very much. Please support the resolution on the arms embargo.
Thank you. Next in the room, Melissa.
Hello, I'm Melissa Nahas. I live in East Hampton. I am in strong support of question 4. It's okay. This is a personal story. So I've taught special education for 25 years in Connecticut. I was raised in Connecticut. I was very type A, very, very strict in how I did things, diagnosed with OCD, anxiety. And when I started to take psychedelics 3 years ago, it changed my life. I am easier to be around. I am more relaxed. I'm more calm. I can see things in better perspective. I am a better person to be around for my family and my friends. I'm an easier person to be around for my colleagues and my students. Psychedelics have changed my life, and I'm sure it's changed the lives of the people around me. I truly believe people should have the option for this medicine. I think it's extremely important. And this is coming from someone who would have never supported this years ago, but because I did it myself, and because I've consistently done this medicine, it has changed my life. And I would love for others to have this option as well. As long as it's safe and regulated, we can talk about that later, but it has truly changed my life, and I would love it to be able to change other people's lives. So please consider this, and please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Camden. Camden, your name and city or town, please.
Hi, yes. My name is Camden Siegel. I'm a resident of Northampton, and I'd like to express my support for the resolution to demand an immediate arms embargo. Our government has made the current genocide in Palestine impossible. Without these weapons, Israel would be unable to continue its campaign of war crimes and killing what has been estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands. Our federal representatives have largely demonstrated cowardice, refusing to speak out definitively against genocide enabled by our tax dollars. When our repeated calls to these representatives fail to push them to action, we must instead start at the local level. I ask you all to support this resolution, and thank you to Councilor Dubs for introducing it.
Thank you. Next in the room, Donovan Lee. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. My name's Donovan Lee. I'm from East Hampton. I'm a building tradesperson here in Northampton, though, for my work. I'm also a member of Veterans for Peace. I'm here to speak to support the resolution to support an arms embargo against Israel. I just want to speak as a veteran who's experienced a lot of these weapons firsthand in the real world, namely 2,000-pound bombs, white phosphorus artillery munitions, and the munitions fired from tanks, high-velocity munitions, and high-explosive munitions. These are truly terrifying weapons that, even when you know you are not the intended target, just to be around, to be within half a mile of a 2,000-pound bomb going off, the concussive blast rips through your entire body and disorients you. That same distance away from a 120 millimeter white phosphorus shell going off, the smoke chokes you. You can feel that it's caustic in your lungs. It makes you tear up. And they're just truly terrifying, and we honestly shouldn't be producing or sending these weapons anywhere, but to knowingly send them to people who are going to use them against civilian populations is unconscionable and straight up illegal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Susan Taberge.
Hello. Let me get my video on here. For some reason, my video is not appearing. Okay,
I can ask you to start it. Maybe that will help.
okay. Yeah, I don't know where. Okay, here we go. I just got an invitation to start my video. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Susan Taberge. I live in Florence. I'm a Jew. Believe me, I understand Jewish trauma, and I've been working with it my whole life. I would like to tell the rest of the story that Jen Scarlett did not have time to finish. This young man that she was talking about, I believe it's the same story, was communicating with people around the world. He played guitar, had shared his dreams to be a doctor, and the first part of the story is that he and his mother had been injured and they were in a hospital. But the part Jen didn't have time to say is that he returned to his tent, the tent they'd thrown together, and okay, I think you know how the story's going to end. He was killed by a bomb, one of our bombs that we're paying for. So what can we do? We're doing everything we can do. Let's pass this resolution for the arms embargo, and let's hope that every city and town in this country passes this resolution. I mean, how can we go on another day knowing where our tax dollars are going? And if anything, the great tragedy and the trauma that this tragedy will be invoking, that's going to echo down through the ages, that's a reason for us to come together and say, let's not just create a whole new generation of traumatized children. So I ask that we support this arms embargo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room, Shelby Lee.
Hi, I'm Shelby Lee. I'm a resident of East Hampton, and I'm here to support an arms embargo resolution. I receive a majority of my medical care here in Northampton, and I wanted to speak from my experience as someone with disabling medical conditions. What we see happening with U.S. weapons being used by Israel is repeated mass disabling events. Being disabled and needing high levels of health care is physically and emotionally challenging, even in the best of societal conditions. And I want to make a comparison. If there was an active shooter in a school or a hospital in Northampton, it would never be acceptable to bomb the school or the hospital to deal with that threat. And that's kind of the repeated excuse and the repeated situation we're seeing. And just seeing so many disabled children is really hard. So I hope you support this. And I also want to support the idea of more funding for sidewalks in the city, because it is really difficult to get around the city, especially if you need mobility aids. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, Elizabeth Smith.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Smith, and I am a Northampton resident voicing my strong support for the proposed Israel arms embargo resolution introduced by Councilmember Jeremy Dubs. As we mark a year of genocide against the Palestinian people and the expansion of Israeli military assault on the entire region, it is critical as residents of the country funding and arming this slaughter to act when and where we can to halt the flow of resources fueling this wanton destruction. I'm sickened and horrified by the images of torture, mutilation, starvation, and death I am witness to every day from Gaza and now Lebanon and the West Bank. Footage Palestinians have been courageously sharing of their immeasurable anguish, pain, and loss in an effort to document their lived reality and move the world to action to stop this mass carnage that the medical journal The Lancet estimates has claimed more than 186,000 lives in the past year. The United States is directly responsible for the genocide unfolding before us. To date, the U.S. has spent a staggering $23 billion on weapons and other military support for Israel since last October, providing the weaponry for Israel to deploy over 75,000 tons of explosives on an area smaller than Manhattan. By all accounts, they aim to continue this genocide. In August, the Biden administration approved a series of arms sales to Israel totaling more than $20 billion. This is absolutely unconscionable, and I believe it is more a moral imperative to do all that is within our power to stop this horror from unfolding. I believe the proposed resolution is a key and necessary local step in line with the ceasefire resolution passed here earlier this year, and I strongly urge the Council to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. In the room, Michael Beatty. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Michael Beatty, Northampton resident. Over 50 years ago, Denise Levertov wrote a poem called Life at War. It was against the U.S. war in Vietnam. She wrote about how we have all lived our entire lives in a state of war, in a climate of normalized atrocity, and what that does to our spirits. The last two lines of the poem read, "Nothing we do has the quickness, the sureness, the deep intelligence that living at peace would have." As a Northampton resident, taxpayer, voter, but more importantly, as a human being committed to nonviolence, I strongly support this arms embargo resolution as a small yet vital step towards creating the peaceful world we have only yet imagined. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, Nancy Stenberg.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nancy Stenberg. I live in East Hampton. I'm here to speak in support of the resolution to support question 2. Your yes vote on this resolution will be better for students because tests alone cannot fully measure whether a student is ready to graduate from high school. Your yes vote today will be better for teachers. Most teachers in our public schools want to replace the MCAS test as a graduation requirement, not do away with it altogether, because it only measures a portion of what their students need to be successful. And it will be better for Massachusetts. Voting yes won't eliminate the MCAS test. Rather, it will replace the test as a graduation requirement with other measures that more accurately evaluate a student's mastery of their coursework and state education standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I think it's Priscilla. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Priscilla Lynch, and I live in Conway. And I'm here to speak in favor of the arms embargo and to encourage you to vote yes on the arms embargo. I learned yesterday that there are 2 cargo ships of weapons and many airplanes full of weapons sent to Israel every week. Every week. That's just, and what is happening with those? It's horrendous. It's disgusting. It's beyond belief what's happening and what's going on, not only in Palestine, but now in Lebanon, being repeated there. We have to do something. When I thought about, should I come up here and speak? I'm not from Northampton, although I worked in this area for almost 30 years. I know every day I have to do anything and everything I can to stop this. And like Nick said, it's not going to stop. Our government isn't going to stop it. They keep it going. It's going to have to come from the grassroots. That's you and me. We have to do it. It has to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, Ella Carlson.
Hello,
also speaking in favor of the resolution calling for an embargo of U.S. arms to Israel. It breaks my heart and makes me ashamed to be an American, knowing that our tax dollars are directly funding the horrific genocide that I have seen live streamed online every day for the past year. The most important action we can take is to stop providing the weapons that are killing people every day in Gaza, and I would be proud if my city could play its part in making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room, Luke Rotello. Welcome.
Hi. I'm Luke Rotello. I live at 39 Hinckley Street, and I'm the co-chair of the Communist Party USA Club in Western Massachusetts. I'm speaking in view of several developments in city politics to express alarm at the recent sweep of Moose Camp, outrage over the continued dire underfunding of our schools, and resolute solidarity with the movement in defense of Palestine gathered here today. At all levels of society, working people and progressive movements are under attack. Since the last city council meeting, 10 of our unhoused neighbors had had their camp torn apart with no recourse. Before the sweep, the mayor's administration had nothing to offer but threats. Now, with our neighbors' living space destroyed, they have little more than platitudes. We've seen this kind of contempt from Mayor Chiara before. Our city is still reeling from losing nearly 24 staff in our public schools, a political calculation to prioritize preserving a rainy day fund during a downpour. Austerity and aggression towards our community's most vulnerable go hand in hand. And of course, all eyes have turned to the Holocaust in Gaza as thousands of American troops flock to Israel in support of a fascist settler regime and its growing campaign of violence against the peoples of Palestine, Lebanon, Iran, and Yemen. Those who have spoken so far have told that story as well as I can. This is a dire time. We are less than a month from a national reckoning with the fascist MAGA movement, which threatens to capture state power and bring the US-funded Israeli regime of terror to our doorsteps. If there is one certainty, it is that working people are finding our way to each other in common solidarity and resilience with a shared disgust for those who would tear us apart. We will find our way to the microphone, to the megaphone, and to the offices held by those who have wronged us, and I mean us, the working and oppressed people of the whole world. We will never stop fighting for Palestine, and that starts right here at a minimum with passing the Dubs resolution. Arms embargo now.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Sebastian. Your name and city or town, please.
Hi, my name is Sebastian Miller, and I'm from Northampton. I'm speaking in support of the resolution for the arms embargo, and I would also like to urge you to vote yes on all the resolutions on the agenda for today. With regards to the arms embargo, I echo many of the sentiments that have already been expressed by other community members. I'm strongly against the ongoing genocide against Palestinian people, and I'm against the war profiteering and resource extraction that the U.S. benefits from in aiding these war crimes. It weighs very heavily on my conscience that we are implicit in this horrific violence as Americans, and I would like to urge the committee to pass a resolution for an arms embargo. This is part of our collective movement to disarm Israel and prevent further expansion of the settler state as they continue to bomb neighboring countries and slaughter citizens with no sign of stopping. And I would also like to voice my support for the other speakers who are urging you to fix sidewalks and fund our schools and decriminalize psychedelics. I would like to see resources used for improving people's quality of life and bodily autonomy rather than further funding mass violence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next in the room, Henry Morgan.
Hello everyone, my name is Henry Morgan. I'm the Executive Director of the Public Higher Education Network of Massachusetts, which is an education advocacy nonprofit focused on free public college. But over that time that I've organized around free college, I've also organized as a volunteer around mushroom decriminalization for the better part of 3 years. And along that time we were passing resolutions to advocate for decriminalization of mushrooms, making it the lowest possible priority for law enforcement, and advocating for a grassroots model where people's voices are heard. I personally incredibly support the ballot initiative that we have forward, but I want to address some important concerns about regulatory capture and about the importance of including indigenous voices and herbalists whose tradition is steeped in psychedelic medicine. And I think that if we include these voices in the Regulatory Commission and we ensure that business people don't have a voting majority on this Regulatory Commission, then we can ensure that we actually have a democratic model that represents people's interests and the public health. Furthermore, I also want to thank everybody here who gave testimony in support of all of these resolutions and expressed my firm support for each one of these resolutions. And I want to say that your commitment to hearing everybody's voices here and making sure that the people of Northampton are represented is incredibly important, and I want to give you guys a pat on the back and express my gratitude for your responsiveness to your constituents. We have 3 amazing resolutions on the table, and this is a really impactful meeting, and I express my gratitude for the engaged citizenry in Northampton and for your guys' commitment to making sure your voice is heard and your guys' commitment to hearing the voices of your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next in the room, Kyla Alexander. Welcome.
My name's Kyla. I live in Amherst, and I just want to reiterate what Henry and Ella earlier had spoken about. Mushrooms have really enhanced my life, and it's brought this spark into my life. Like, there's so much I could say about the power of psychedelics to really bring you back to your core self and like love and really renew your vision of the world. But I also want to touch on how big pharma could start monopolizing on this, given like new the question for decriminalizing. Then they may begin patenting it perhaps and trying to make it more commodified and like money-based and just greed. Keep greed out of it. It's about medicine and healing ourselves. So, yeah, I think we should be wary of the power of business all around for all of these questions, really. And, yeah, power to the people. I guess that's all I'm going to say. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next in the room, Ellen James. Is Ellen still here? Yes, welcome.
Hello. Hello, and I'm glad you are, we have this resolution for an embargo before you now. I'm 81 years old, a Jewish American resident of Northampton, from a family that lost 2 grandparents and 2 aunts in the Holocaust. I want everyone to have a safe and peaceful life. I very much appreciate the comments of all of the people who spoke in favor of this motion at this hearing tonight. Tragically, weapons don't make us safe. Weapons supplied by our government are fueling and escalating war on Gaza and Lebanon and other countries in the Middle East. Bernie Sanders has moved for an embargo on these weapons in the Senate, and so it is timely and urgent for our representatives and senators to support that motion and for our city councilors to be part of that conversation and asking them, letting them know that we want them to do that. It's time to stop the war crimes and genocide from going on with the weapons that we supply. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room is Claudia Lefko.
Claudia Lefko, 40 Valley Street. I'm here once again to talk about sidewalks. As I said last time, it seems trivial given the slaughter and devastation being wrought by Israel and Gaza, the West Bank, occupied West Bank, and now Lebanon. Our privilege that I can stand here in an intact building among friends, neighbors, and city officials is because we have exported the war to Gaza and the Middle East. Our lifestyle that we can enjoy, this peaceful lifestyle, depends on waging war. I'm wondering how now, just to change the topic, not to change the topic, but to expand on my sidewalks, I'm wondering how a shiny new development like Village Hill managed to get on the priority list, and Montview, one of the oldest neighborhoods where I live in the city, with crumbling streets and sidewalks, a low-income neighborhood eligible for CDBG funding, did not. Montview is also a popular, very heavily walked neighborhood. We've been petitioning the city for streets and sidewalks for decades. Just a few weeks ago, a woman fell on the corner of Williams and Holyoke Street. She was taken by ambulance to the hospital and spent 14 days in rehab recovering from her injuries. Still, nothing has been done or is being done as far as I can see, and it looks like nothing is going to be done until 2026, according to Donna DeScalia, what she said at the Disability Commission meeting. Someone has told me that former planning director Wayne Fiden is a paid consultant to the city planning department. He also happens to be a resident in Village Hill. It looks like, at least there's an appearance of here, a conflict of interest if Mr. Fiden is indeed on the city's payroll and his newly constructed neighborhood is on a priority list for monies for a very limited amount of funding. I know you can't respond to me now, but I'm asking that in your discussion of sidewalk priorities, I'm almost finished, in the interest of transparency and clarity, that you tell us whether Mr. Fiden is indeed a paid consultant to the city, and if he is, I ask you to consider allocating funds for Village Hill repairs, to not allocate funds for Village Hill repairs, to avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest. There's a long queue for repairs and funding, and Village Hill should wait its turn. Thank you.
Matthew Spurlock.
Hi there, Matt Spurlock. I'm from South Street in Northampton. 2 days ago, Israel bombed City Hall in the southern Lebanese village of Nabateh. They killed the mayor and 15 people as the mayor and those city employees were packaging food packages for the people that Israel is trying to ethnically cleanse from southern Lebanon as they invade that country. I'm here today to urge you to support the arms embargo on Israel. Since this council voted in February to support the ceasefire, things have only gotten much worse. Just to cite one statistic, we have the largest cohort of child amputees in world history. Right now, those are effectuated and the results of U.S. bombs sent to Israel. It's long past time to cut off the bombs, and this is also required legally by the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961, the Arms Control Export Act, and Section 602 of the Foreign Assistance Act, which bans arms to countries which are actively blocking humanitarian aid, as our country's State Department has themselves acknowledged is happening in leaked correspondence from last week. It is long past time to cut off arms to Israel, and we should do that as soon as possible. This resolution will effectuate the ceasefire resolution that the Council has already passed. It'll show our support to our congressional delegations, to the resolution that Senators Sanders, Welsh, and Merkley of Oregon are proposing in the Senate and will come to a vote in November. So thank you very much for your time, and please support the resolution.
Thank you. Last person, Alex Bowman.
Hi, Alex Bowman, Market Street. In 10 days, the rail trail from Florence to Stop and Shop will be shut down for 30 days. There has been a detour along Route 9 and Prospect Street And one of those areas, specifically along Route 9 from Cooper's Corner to Cooley Dickinson Hospital, is really not safe for bicycle traffic, especially if we are expecting our children who ride to JFK and to the high school use this detour. I'm hoping that the City Council can do everything possible to question whether or not we're making every reasonable effort to make this path safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room or on Zoom who would like to speak? Come on up. Your name and city or town, please.
My name is Robert Rule Naiman. Can I stand like this?
Yeah.
My name is Robert Rule Naiman. I'm registered to vote in Amherst. I want to address the council on the Bernie Sanders, Brian Schatz, Peter Welch, Jeff Merkley joint resolutions of disapproval, and say that this is the most important thing happening in the United States right now on this issue. I'm the former policy director of Just Foreign Policy, 2006 to 2019. I helped lead the effort on the Yemen War Powers Resolution. This is in many ways a replay. I want to, particularly those of you who may have the ability to reach Senator Warren and Senator Markey directly, they have been relatively strong on this issue in the past. And as a member of Massachusetts Peace Action, I and others are surprised that they didn't co-sponsor any of these resolutions, even though being asked to do so, even though others did so, and haven't spoken up in favor of them, even though Senator Kaine did so. And I have little doubt that when these resolutions come to the floor, or in whatever form, that Senator Markey and Senator Warren will be yes votes, as they have been in the past. The last time we had such a vote, which is January, these votes are rare. But the question now is, we want them to lead, as they have in the past. And I also want to point out, those of you who may have the opportunity to speak to them directly, many have called, many are calling here, for an arms embargo on Israel. I have no dispute with that. But for those who are engaging directly with Senator Warren and Senator Markey, it's important to understand that that's not the question being posed by these resolutions. These are efforts to block specific weapons transfers. All the resolutions together don't amount to an arms embargo. And this is the same tool that the Senate used beginning in September 2016 to address the Saudi war in Yemen. So please do whatever you can to get Senator Markey and Senator Warren to speak out now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all. Appreciate. We will move on now to announcements from councilors and the mayor. How's everyone doing? Does anyone need a recess? Okay, we'll do announcements. Councilor Labarge, your microphone.
Thank you. Yeah, this is very important. It's a reminder that the Veterans Breakfast on November 9th, Saturday, will be at the location, the Bluebonnet Restaurant, 9 o'clock a.m. to 11 a.m. Tickets can be purchased at our Veterans Office on Main Street. Their telephone number is 587-1299. Also, the VFW in Florence, and also the Elks 997. Or you can call Tom Pease at 1812 Autobody at 584-8396. Please call to make sure there are still tickets left. Free tickets for the veterans and spouses are $15. Thank you, and they are selling fast. The Veterans Day Parade, Monday, November 11th, 2024 in Florence. Lineup will take place at 10:30 a.m. at the VFW in Florence. And we all will be marching down Main Street to the Trinity Row Park, which they will hold a brief ceremony. Please come and support our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Clemmer.
Thank you. I just want to let everybody know that Strong Towns Northampton will have a Picture Main Street walk and talk on Sunday, October 27th at 11 a.m. They're going to meet in front of Forbes Library. This is the third Main Street talk, and they will be walking down Main Street, ending at Holly Street at the intersection of Holly Market and Main Street. The 75% plans will be discussed, and bring your questions. Benjamin Spencer will be leading this group, and he's very knowledgeable about Picture Main Street.
Thank you. Councilor Elkins.
Yes, I just want to remind everybody that the Northampton Education Fund is having its 22nd annual adult spelling bee on October 22nd at Bombeck's Center for Arts and Equity. It starts at 6 p.m. I also understand that they have a surplus of sponsors relative to competing teams, and so if you would like to, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. I can't go this year. If you want to be a speller and you want to get a team of 3 together, like I said, they have a surplus. They're still looking for teams to match with sponsors. And you can, if you go to the Northampton Education Foundation website, there's links there for who you can contact, or if you're interested in spelling for a good cause, hopefully spelling correctly, feel free to email me at my council email address, and I can connect you. And it's also on social media, so please come. It's a great cause.
Thanks. Councilor Maori.
I just wanted to remind folks that early voting is upon us this Saturday, City Hall. It will begin just briefly Saturday and Sunday. It's 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here, City Hall. Monday through Friday next week, it's 8:30 to 4:30 p.m. Next weekend, October 26th, 27th, Saturdays 9 to 5, Sundays 10 to 2. They've added Sundays, which is amazing. And then after that, Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. So many opportunities, right, even before we get to actual election day. So feel free to take part of early voting.
Thank you. I will announce the Florence Rag Shag Parade, the oldest continually running rag shag parade in the country, and it starts at Trinity Park. Lineup is at 5:30 p.m. and there will be a judging of costumes. And then they'll step off at 6 o'clock, makes its way down Main Street, and it'll end at the Florence Civic Center. And new this year, there is a haunted house inside the Florence Civic Center. So please come, in costume or not. You're welcome. Yeah, Councilor Rothenberg.
Sorry, I'm a little under the weather tonight, but I just wanted to make sure that the counselors are aware that 11 Bridge Street school educators came to the last school committee meeting, reported on how the year is going. They reported an extreme dearth of staff. And they also, one of them noted in their public comments that in 2015, and I haven't fact-checked this, that council passed something making us sort of a sanctuary city for refugees, and they want to note to you that those children that have come to our schools don't have the language support that they need. And some teachers were citing stats like, I've got 9 kids in my class that don't speak English, and I have no one there to help me with that. I got 6 hours of translation for the year, and it runs out tomorrow. So I really hope that you guys listen to those comments. You know, we don't have anyone from school committee here with us. The way that we have the mayor here all the time, we don't have representatives letting us know how that's going. And I really think it's incumbent on us as the body that oversees the funding for both the mayor's city services and the school committee services. We really need to be keeping tabs on what's going on there. I'm sure they'll come to us, but I think we need to do a little of that work also. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other counselors? Mayor Shara, do you have an announcement?
Counselors,
covered almost all of it, but I just wanted to also say that there's downtown trick-or-treating on Halloween, so that's Thursday, October 31st, 3 to 5 p.m., and that's hosted by the Downtown Northampton Association. So come do that before you go to the Rag Shag. And also I want to note that the voter registration deadline is October 26th at 5 p.m., so make sure that you register by the 26th by 5 p.m. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to presentations. The fiscal year 2025 first quarter financial report, presentation by Finance Director Charlene Nardi. Welcome, Director Nardi.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. May I share my screen?
Yes. It's a co-host. Yes. Okay.
And is that large enough for everyone to see?
I don't think you. I don't think you can make it any bigger, or you'll miss.
I can't see the whole thing. So, good evening, everyone. Thank you. This is the first quarter report of FY 2025. We are 25% through the year on all these reports. And a quick review, looking at that last column, shows that we are on track with our budget projections. That means we have collected 25% or more of our revenue, and we are in line with our expenditures, as you see, you will see when we go through those. Personal property, which is the first two, personal property and real estate taxes are on target at 25.1 and 25.2%. The next quarter bills are due on November 1st. As a reminder to everyone. Motor vehicle, which is the fourth one down. The budget is 2.9. We've collected 8.4% of that, but as we've discussed in the past, motor vehicle excise goes out in February. Most of the collections happen in March. That is why that one is so low. I will note that the, interestingly, that this is $94,000 less than the same time last year, but again, most of these collections happen or come in March, so we will see how that fares. Hotel motel revenue, which is our next big one, the budget is $875,000. We are already at $300,000, 34.3%. Interestingly, again, it is down $63,000 or 17% from the same time last year. I don't know what that means at this point. Again, just as a reminder, these are the collections that are coming in from May, June, and July of this year. So these are the collections from that time period. Meals revenue is at $210,000. Or 29.1% of the budget, and it is 4.4% greater than the same time last year, and it is 11% higher or $20,000 more than the first quarter of FY 2020, which was before the pandemic. Cannabis revenue is at $288,060 and is 39.1% of the budget projection. This is $79,000 more than last year at this time, which is a 38% increase over the same time period. The good news is that this is showing an increase as it did in the fourth quarter of FY 2024, and I'll just remind you that this had been in decline prior to last quarter, or the last quarter of FY 2024. The pilots section, which is payment in lieu and taxes, as you'll see, all zeros on this last column. That is because the pilots are set after the tax rate is set, and those are sent out in December. So that is why you see no collections on those as of yet. Looking at the bottom of page 1, it's the beginning of the parking revenues. Collectively, this first quarter, they are at $409,427, or 31% of the budget. This is $26,856 less than the first quarter of FY 2024. The total budget is at $1.28 million for that section of parking revenues. Next one is ambulance services. That continues to be a strong revenue source at $983,764, 31.7% of the budget projection, and is on track to meet the budget. Just as a reminder, this budget was increased by 16.67% over last year. Charges for services, that's this next section, which includes fees and department revenue. As you can see, the overall category is only at 1.6. This is kept low, as we've discussed before, because the major section of this is the tuition from Smith Voc. That is billed 3 times a year, and we have not received that first billing hasn't gone out yet, or we haven't received them. That you'll see that in the second quarter. So this whole section is low, but if you look at all of the rest of them, they are coming in on track and looking good. Under licenses and permits, if we go to page 3, did I go too far? There we go. These activities, let me just make sure I'm in the right place. Here we are, general fund revenues, yeah. All right. The overall category, you'll see the percentages are a bit all over the place. These activities resulting in collections don't operate on a cleanly quarter schedule. Liquor license revenue, for instance, the first one, most of those go out in November and are paid in December, so that's in second quarter is when you'll see the revenue for that coming in. The building, plumbing, and wiring inspections, all of those look really good. We started to see that last year. We're continuing to see that this year. For these revenues, our local revenues, these are collected as an ongoing basis. So every month, or every week, when collections come in, they're put into this account. So it's not on a, quarterly basis. So those look good. Those were for the months of July, August, and September. Going to state revenues on page 3, starts at the bottom of page 3 and continues on to the next page, page 4. You can see that's at 24.5%. Those look good. Like I said, those come in as they come in, so those are right on target. The next section, parking tickets, is at $123,177. It's at 25% of the budget, so that's right on target. This is about $58,000 or 32% less than the last year at the same time. Parking tickets collections have gone down since last year. The next section, which is citable motor vehicle infractions, that's what the CMVI reimbursements. This line is variable. There's no way to predict that. That depends on how many violations and fines are issued. The next section, miscellaneous. We've talked about this before. Line is at an overall 131% of the budget, and this is because of the interest on investments line. We are at $498,771, or 279% of the budget projection. This is a decline over last year of 19.5%, or $121,000, less than the first quarter of FY 2024. We've talked about the new SOFR account, and as we discussed, as the interest rates have dropped, this account has already dropped 0.5%. In its interest rate, and as we use money or as money comes in, that's why this account is so variable. We can predict that it's going to be more. We have increased it. We're going to increase it in FY 2026, but we still have to be careful as the interest rates drop. We can't count on the same amount every year in this account. Most of that drop was from ARPA funds as well, as we've spent them. And then the vet service regional assessment, we've discussed that. That is because we have the Central Veterans District. Those are the assessments that are given to the 12 towns that participate in the regional services, vet services. Moving on to the cannabis, the spreadsheet that kind of shares year to year, the three big revenues. This is a revised sheet that I first sent you. I apologize. There was an error. The mayor caught a discrepancy, and I discovered that there was, when I created the rows for FY 2025, I forgot to update the last calculations in the estimated sales line. So this is updated from what you originally saw. The revision has been posted, thank you, Laura, on the website as well. So if you look at the first quarter of meals tax, $210,635 compared to the first quarters of FY 2024 and FY 2023 and FY 2022. You can see the changes there. It is a slight increase, as I mentioned. If we go down to traditional hotel lodgings, you compare the $300,231 we've received to the $363,801 that was the same quarter as last year. It's slightly lower. And then if we talk about the cannabis, as you can see, this is a rise in the revenue, as discussed, $288,060 versus the $208,000 of last year at this time. Moving on to the enterprise funds revenue, everything is tracking as expected. Again, if you look at the last column, the 100%, as you can see, there was no budget projected, and that's usually because it's variable. We can't count on that. So that's why you'll see 100%, and a lot of them, if you go over and look at the budget, there is a zero there, and that's because we can't really predict those. That is dependent on activities that happen. If you look at the bottom, this is where we generally look at. The sewer revenue is at 28.9%. Water revenue is at 27.7%. Stormwater revenue is at 25.5%. And solid waste is at 50%. So all of them are tracking well. Expenses, so if we go to general fund expenses, again, when we talk about this, we look at the last quarter, the last column. This I want to see not more than 25%, but less than 25 or less. Again, we've discussed if you kind of skim down, you'll see a couple over, and that's because, for instance, if you go to IT, we have a lot of software renewals that happen in the beginning of the year, and so therefore those expenditures, those budget lines are expended much quicker than others. So you may see a greater percent, like 42% here versus the 25. I can answer questions about that. I don't really have anything to talk about with each of those. The enterprise expenses, again, same thing. We've talked about this in the past. Percentages are generally low in the enterprise funds in the beginning of the years, and that's generally due to carryovers and forwards due to ongoing projects. And because indirects haven't been taken out yet. So the indirects we calculate every year, charge the enterprise funds for work that the city does to support those enterprise funds. Those have not been taken out of the expense lines as of yet, and that's why they also remain high.
Great, thank you. We'll take questions from councilors. Councilor Rothenberg.
Director Nardina, as I mentioned in prior meetings, there's so much interest in financial policy right now. There's several different sort of watch chats that have emerged, so I get questions from the public while we're here. And one of them is there was a quick reaction to just skipping over the Medicaid reimbursement because that was such a big topic of conversation with the schools. So I think they're really just asking for you to read into the record that because they're trying to track and follow it as well.
Absolutely, that's a good point. Would you like me to pull it back up?
Please, thanks.
So on page 3, if you notice the Medicare amount, so we've budgeted $180,000 for there. We've taken in $40 to date. Again, we are early in the school year. Those reimbursements have not come in yet. So that is tracking low right now, but that is expected.
Other questions? I have a couple. So I'm trying to get a more accurate sense of the general fund expenses and revenue because of the prepays, like, the liability and workers' comp insurance, that, there's a huge amount, right? So we see the expenses right now total at 28.2%, but that's not accurate because we're prepaying a whole bunch of those. Do you have a sense, if you took those out and averaged them over the year, what that number would actually be?
For workers' comp and for the insurances, you mean?
Yeah, well, those two seem to be the biggest ones in terms of the expenses where it's a huge chunk now. Right. And so they're throwing off, and we actually, if you average those over the year, we wouldn't have spent 28.2%.
Right. So I don't have a sense of that. I can certainly do that math for you and figure that out. If I took those out, where we would be in our expenses. If I took out the things that, like medical, the retirement, the big things that we pay up front.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, just for future reports, I think it would be helpful to have a more accurate sense of at least the things we know. And then there's certainly plenty of things that might come up that we don't know. And then also for the, the revenues, I think at the total it shows 23.5. But when I just did a quick calculation on what we expect from Smith Voc, and if we meet our targets for motor vehicle, and it's more like 26.2 when you consider a quarter of those.
Yep.
And yeah, I guess the interest, as you said, and you're planning on for fiscal year 2026, planning on increasing that is. Is it still would you still consider it not safe to allocate anything additional for this year based on the fact that we have that additional interest? And I think we all would like to be able to support additional school funding, for example. That's a high priority. When you look at those numbers, you're still not seeing a safe number in terms of something that we could say, okay, for this year, current year, we can add a little bit more, and then next year we'll evaluate that as well.
So we haven't had that conversation, but I guess what we are still thinking is we are projecting what we can roll into reoccurring revenue and what we're looking at increasing our revenues next year. So everything is based on that, and I don't feel like we can roll in more funds in FY 2025 and manage our budget for FY 2026, increasing it the way we've talked about. If you do it now, then that is more money that has to be rolled in. Even if that revenue comes in, that's an increase in the budget, which means the projections for FY 2026 and what we need to do to support budgets then changes. Mm-hmm. So everything we add this year increases the FY 2026 budget. And we have analyzed that, and we have put forth what we feel is what the city can afford to do and roll it all in to have reoccurring revenue cover the cost eventually.
Understood. I appreciate that you keep looking at those figures.
Yes, I do.
Other questions from councilors? Councilor Moulton.
I'm sorry, before you move on, can you just clarify, what was your question? Your question was if she felt it was safer to...
If it was safe to add money in this fiscal year And I heard, the explanation, if you did that, you would not be able to add it in the future?
Right. The more we add this year, it affects the FY 2026 budget and the projections that we have going forward.
I guess I just didn't understand, was your question whether it was safe to increase the estimate for the revenue, or if it was safe to increase expenditures, or both?
Well, I think those are related.
Okay.
Because
So you were asking about
if
the
you
two.
can increase the estimate, and you think of that as a safe amount that you're going to take in, then you can increase what you can spend. Yeah, Councilor Moulton.
Thank you. So, while I think overall we're on target with budget forecasts, the cautionary notes that I would sound are, as Director Nardi pointed out, in the hotel revenue this first quarter, and I think it's correct to compare it to the same period last year because of the seasonal differences, is down by, as Director Nardi said, by 17% for reasons we don't understand. So that suggests that while we had unexpectedly strong revenues the fourth quarter of last year, there's still some volatility. The other one that I would mention is cannabis, and while the general trend continues to be back, we're going back up rather than reducing our revenue from adult marijuana sales. The increase for first quarter from last quarter of last year was only about 2%, and that was far below the increase from the third quarter to the fourth quarter last year. So again, while the trajectory is correct, it's not going up at the same pace that we saw the last quarter of last year. So I just, that to me, that speaks to conservative forecasting.
Yeah.
Councilor Elkins.
Director Nardi, any of these categories of revenues that are coming in, nothing's coming in terribly under the mark, but so the concern I have, or the question that I would have, is, so we have adopted a strategy of pushing revenue, and now we're also seeing some categories that we're at the limits that we've pushed. Any particular concerns about that? Are there any particular categories that concern you more than others? Just projecting out through the next 3 quarters.
Yeah, so I'm always concerned when we push revenues, but I think as Councilor Moulton just mentioned, the ones that I highlighted, hotel motel is a big one for us. The fact that that's dropped, I don't know what that means. We don't have a lot of data. If we didn't have the pandemic, you would have been able to use 5 years of data, 10 years of data, and now we don't really have that. So that's something to watch. When I project for FY 2026, I've pushed revenues a lot, which is why we can't continue to do that every year because it's not going to grow at the same rate. So yes, I worry about hotel motel. Cannabis, like I said, is going up, but it's still not great. It's not going to jump by leaps and bounds suddenly. So those are the ones, the local revenues is what we look at, how the economy is doing and how we're doing here in Northampton. So those I do worry about. And I will say, so one of the ones that I was cautioned about was the ambulance, CE ambulance, CME. That was actually, I got a phone call from the fire department where they are estimating that to be about 20% less. We budgeted that, I think, at $355,000, and they are estimating it to come in at like $230,000. So I did neglect to mention that one. That is of concern as well. It's not a huge revenue source, but we can't keep increasing if things are dropping. So every year when we talk about percentage increases, we have to think about the revenues because we can't keep increasing them greater than than 2.5%, which is what the tax is, because those are our main things that support the budget.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes, thank you.
Microphone.
When you're talking about the fire department and that it's decreasing, I'm hearing you say, because I don't think so.
So no, so I apologize. There's confusion. We get ambulance revenue, and then we get ambulance. Let me look to make sure I'm speaking correctly. So it is the CPE, the Medicaid reimbursement for ambulance, is expected to be 20% lower than previous years. An estimate by the Fire Rescue Department is $230,000. The reasons for this is that Medicaid usage is down and more folks are returning to work and have insurance, and folks are being encouraged to use HMO plans. That's what I was told by Fire Rescue, and that's the extent of my knowledge for that. So again, when we start to see revenues rise, which is great, we still need to look, some are variable. We have to be careful. You cannot raise revenues to the very tippy top.
Councilor Elkins.
Just to return to the Medicare funds and the line items in the schools, I recall, but I don't recall what meeting I learned this or where I was told, but isn't it the case that under federal law that money is reimbursed to the city? It cannot go directly to the schools.
Correct.
And do you know the source of that? It's okay if you don't, but.
So the school, we actually use an outside consultant who files for reimbursement for services that are given to students that are eligible under Medicaid.
Okay, but I guess what I'm asking is, do you know what the source of the authority is? The law that says that it has to come back to the city and not to the.
Oh no, I'm sorry, I don't know that, but it does end up going to the schools now.
Sure, no, I understand that. I just in
the past it is come to the city.
Okay, so it's not like it's money that could go directly to the school budget that is diverted to the city.
Right.
It has to come here.
Correct. Okay. It is a general fund revenue.
Any other questions for Director Nardi?
Any question for discussion?
Councilor.
I'm just wondering when and how we as a council are going to talk about the free cash issue, because when we talk about not raising things up to the tippy top, in fact, we could, obviously, if we estimated at 100% of what we really think we're going to earn, and we went over, and we didn't earn as much as we thought, but we spent, that's what our rainy day fund is there to catch us when we make a mistake. We are absolutely in a financial position where we could take those kinds of risks. I'm not saying that we should. I'm just saying that when we look at this quarterly report, the estimates in here are not from a budget that we as 6 councilors approved. And when are we going to talk about the fact that there's going to be, again, millions of dollars of free cash coming, right? We're going to have, in a month, $6 or $8 million left over. And we're going to generate probably the same thing this year. And we know that the interest is going to be higher because we use this policy where we do a 3-year look back before we change anything. So while I appreciate Director Nardi's opinions about what makes sense, and while I appreciate that the mayor is making choices about what makes sense for her, I also want to know when we as a council and how are we going to discuss what levers we have, if any, to try to really utilize the revenue that we have, because we have needs that cannot be ignored. These are not nice to haves and wishes. We need to fund things in our city that are not being funded. So I'm just wondering if anybody has any updates on mechanisms that we can use, if there's anything going to the Finance Committee, if anything's happening with LaBounty's ideas. I just want to know where we're going to be able to have these discussions, and I look to my more seasoned counselors who have more experience to throw out some ideas about how we could do that.
So every bit of, when the free cash is certified, what happens then to that free cash comes to us as proposals from the mayor's office in terms of, will we move into some of it into various stability funds? Will we move some? Will we approve some of it for capital expenditures, as we did millions of dollars of last spring. So all of those things come to us, and we can have those discussions about whether that's okay for us. As far as the other issues, I think that's, you know, we've heard some updates, and I know Councilor Maori has been working on that issue, and I'm sure will keep us apprised as as those meetings are scheduled.
Yeah, we need to, there's a way we've been doing things, and we've been adding on Finance Committee, like we added the budget listing sessions, and now it might be time to add more kind of proactive markers in our committee. We did talk about, with Member LaBounty, about, in broad strokes, about making, can we make policy recommendations as, you know, at either finance or council or school committee, you know, about free cash, and that's something that we can discuss and, you know, certainly put on a finance agenda. Yeah, we want to. I think there might be. I think we'd have to have the discussion about what, you know, who agrees with that or not. I certainly feel like that's an appropriate thing for, you know, the people who make budget decisions to do. So yeah, I hear you, and I think with municipal governance, I mean, the challenge is that we tend to do things how we've always done them, and creating new entities isn't always the easiest thing, but I hear you that it may be appropriate, and I will be thinking about agenda items to put on Finance Committee to address some of that. And I do want to check in again with the school committee and have that collaboration as well. It's not fully formed. When we left that, it didn't leave fully formed, but I think that we are all motivated to try to be as proactive as possible and in the know as possible as early as possible. Sure.
Thank you. Councilor Moulton.
So, just to be clear on the timeline, Director Nardi, the free cash will be certified by the state in November.
It's usually the end of November, beginning of December. That's
And,
the time frame.
and then as Council President Jarrett mentioned, once it's certified, then it will be brought to the council at one of our December meetings to determine where that free cash is then going to reside.
If the mayor introduces it at one of those meetings.
Well, that's typically what.
Right, so the undesignated fund, we go by the policy as we've discussed, and it gets separated, but yes, that's the time frame.
And is that $6 to $8 million estimate still good? Is that what you're expecting?
Yes, excluding the ARPA funding, the leftover ARPA funding,
Okay.
yes.
And is there any way to predict at this time whether that's likely to, that amount of free cash is likely to be what we will see at the end of this fiscal year?
FY 2025?
Correct.
It's hard to say at this point.
Correct. There's no predicting that amount of free cash will recur.
Right.
Thank you.
But it's the goal, right?
Councilor Rothman.
Our policy is that we strive for that.
Yes, we do. Sorry about that. Our policy does state, as we've discussed many times, yes, we do strive to create some form of undesignated fund balance because it feeds all the other operations in the city, which is our capital program, our infrastructure, you know, our reserves. But as we come up with the capital plan, that's what funds the capital plan so that we can move forward in all the operations of the city government. Oh, excuse me.
So our policy is that we generate 3 to 5%. The state's recommendation is 5 to 7%, but we haven't adjusted that. We've left it at 3 to 5%.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yeah, Councilor Rothenberg. I know Councilor Jarrett and Maori both answered your question, but could you clarify what you were asking? I didn't quite understand your question.
I think the most pressing question is, how are we as a council going to participate meaningfully in ensuring that the free cash can be used, and what processes, in other words, what meetings, what bodies, what opportunities of orders that come before us, what processes will we use, what mechanisms will we use to exert some influence over being able to spend that money, that revenue, on city services.
So are you proposing spending more than we normally do? And
Well, I'd like to caution us, this is a presentation about the first quarter budget report.
And they would just-
And anything, there's a lot of things that can be connected to that. But I don't really want to get into a debate about general budget policy at this time.
Yeah, just because Councilor Rothenberg brought it up, so I was just trying to clarify what she's proposing. That's fine.
Are there any other questions for Director Nardi or any other clarifications? Okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda.
Could I request a brief recess?
Yep. We'll do 9 minutes. We'll be back at 8:25. Okay, welcome back. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. And I'm going to read all the items on the consent agenda, and if any counselor wants them to be removed so we can discuss them, then we will do that. So first is the minutes of September 19th, 2024, and 24.134, appointments to various committees. These all received positive recommendations from City Services. To the Central Business Architecture Committee, John Schluntz. To the Energy and Sustainability Commission, Rachel Flynn Kasuba. And to the Human Rights Commission, Jasmine Goodspeed. All to fill a vacancy. Are there any removals? Okay, seeing none, motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Seconder.
Motion made by Councilor Elkins and seconded by Councilor Labarge to approve the consent agenda. Roll call, please.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Councilor Perry.
Should we have him back?
Maybe we could circle back.
To him. Councilor Rothenberg.
Yes.
Councilor Dubs.
Yes.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Once more back to Councilor Perry. Okay, so it's
Crisis.
Yeah.
The higher ours, maybe.
Okay, and was that 8 yeses?
Yes.
Okay, and 1 absence. Okay, so the consent agenda has passed. Financial orders on second reading. 24.155, an order to reprogram hotel bridge funds for sidewalk repair. This was referred to the Finance Committee at our last meeting, and it received a neutral recommendation from the Finance Committee yesterday. Who would like to speak to this first? Is there someone from the mayor's office, or would the Finance Committee like to report?
Yeah, I would just say that we had a very robust discussion about this item. We had the chair of the Disability Commission, Amy Sugihara, gave us her input, and I'm very grateful for that. And then we discussed the recommendation, and I was saying that I'm still meeting with my constituents, and so we kind of settled on a neutral recommendation back to council. I do have more questions about the loan part of this. So part of the funding, part of that $820,000 is well, general fund money, but also a loan that was taken for the bridge. And evidently, I just learned this yesterday. There's some haste in which we need to use that money. Which I guess I left with questions about that.
So is that you like some clarification
yes. So
from
that's,
Director
yes.
Nardi?
Yes, thank you.
So yes, in April of 2021, the City Council voted to authorize a borrowing, and in June of 2021, we borrowed $450,000 for the hotel bridge. Since that time, we have spent $482.36 an advertisement out of that money. I'm just doing the math real quick to see. And then we've spent some other money out of there for the work that Director LaScalia has done.
Studies, too.
The studies and advertisement of the design as well. So that money came out of there. as well.
I guess I'm curious about, I thought I understood that there was some, when I was unpacking, why are we deciding at this juncture to not pursue the project? I thought one of
the reasons, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
please go
interrupt
ahead.
you. So yes, when you borrow funds, tax-exempt bonds, the idea is that the city will not make money on those tax-exempt borrowed funds. So there is a general guidance that we need to spend funds, usually by 2 years.
Okay.
We try to spend the funds.
Okay.
And we are already into the 3rd year.
Thank you. Did you have any other clarifying questions?
No more clarifying questions. I had some comments, but I can.
Okay, yeah, why don't we see if there's other clarifying questions. Director Lascalia is here, as well as folks in the room. Councilor Rothenberg.
So I'm just curious in what way we would be making money on those funds, like where specifically are they held? I assume you're talking about interest or...
Correct. So the treasurer makes sure that we do not. But again, you want to make sure that we are not making funds. So if we're holding on to the money for longer, a lot of our funds are kept in different bank accounts, and we just want to make sure that they aren't in accounts that we are earning too much interest on. And by holding those funds and not spending them for the purposes that were voted, there is that risk. So the treasurer always has to be alerted. As I mentioned last night, we have spoken with bond counsel. They have drafted this order. In addition, when you bond funds, you also have to look at what you're repurposing them for. Is it still in line with the terms and conditions of the borrowing? In this case, sidewalk. In addition to what Director Lascalia said last night, in the spirit of what Hotel Bridge was supposed to accomplish with pedestrian transportation, sidewalks is also doing that as well, the reprogramming purpose.
So our options are to do something with this money that's in the spirit, or to return it, to no longer borrow it.
No, it's already been borrowed. We have to do something with these funds.
Okay.
The borrowed funds. They've already been borrowed, so we have them.
Okay. You couldn't just repay them?
No.
Okay. The intricacies of municipal finance, I learn more every day. Did I? No. Councilor Labarge.
We had an intense meeting last night, and I know that apparently, Councilor Dior, you were waiting to see from your residents. Can you give us an update on that, of what's going on?
Yeah, there aren't any other clarifying questions, right? Okay, go ahead.
Right, so yes, I did spend the last 2 days talking with residents as that would go. This has been a real journey for me because, sidewalks, I think schools, sidewalks, I mean, these are the equity, accessibility issues. Yes to sidewalks. The residents I've talked to are, they understand the budgetary pressures, and they kind of read the room in terms of big projects and the strain, and they don't really question that. And it's been mixed. There's some people who prioritize the sidewalks. But what I was left with today is, after getting asked a lot of questions, is I can't say with confidence that we pushed this cart as far as it could go. I believe that Director Lascalia, this was like she was been incredibly dedicated, and for years and years. And I think she has done what she can do, and we are at an impasse. We're definitely at an impasse. But when I was talking to my residents, I realized that when they're asking me about grants, if we had pursued grants and they were getting rejected, that would be one thing. But it's a frustrating situation because it's a very large amount of money, whether it's $1 million, $2 million. That's a little bit above like the amount that like a community can generally fundraise, at any kind of time. That said, we own this bridge. This bridge is the city of Northampton. We are responsible for it. And to say to the Leeds community that you need to watch this oldest bridge in Northampton degrade, and we are not offering you a plan. No plan to sell it, or no alternative plan to connect it by, to connect in other ways in a village that isn't kind of connected by sidewalks, or it's not sitting right with me. I feel like I am here to represent the people of Leeds, and I cannot say that this is what we're going to do, that we're going to take this money and leave them to watch the center, literal and figurative heart of their village degrade without even like a plan to revisit. Or so that's what's tough for me, and why I wanted to know about the loan is I was trying to think of alternatives such as a motion to separate out that money and put that $450,000 into sidewalks, but leave the remainder and then see about the grants. I understand, I mean, it's so much to manage. It's really too much, really, for the director, because what's gonna happen, I think, is that you would need so many grants. I mean, we can go to the CPA. They're not gonna give us, my guess is they cannot and will not give us the total amount we need. So then it's gonna be piecing things together. It's gonna be incredible. It's going to be a lot to manage. That said, to say that the fear is that we're going to go, quote, drain the CPA. I mean, it's not a drain if it's an investment in our city, and Leeds is part of Northampton. It is. And so that's what I'm left with. If someone wants to, if we want to discuss an amendment to separate the money and give that part to sidewalks, then I can vote for that. If not, I'm going to have to vote no.
Councilor Dubs.
I'll have to agree with.
Oh, sorry. Councilor Dubs is next, and then back to you.
Sorry.
Jeremy.
You feel free to go first.
Oh, go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so I have a lot of thoughts on this issue, obviously. So I will try to be brief and not too all over the place with it. So I just want to completely empathize with Councilor Maori and all the people that are upset and heartbroken about the ending of the bridge project. I completely understand that, and I wish that we could do both. I wish that we could fix the sidewalks and the bridge. One thing I hope that I can do tonight is to reassure you that fixing the sidewalks is such a huge undertaking, and it's needed to happen for so long in Northampton. So I hope that you can at least know that if this gets approved tonight, that the money will be well spent. And I think that I attended the finance committee meeting last night. I didn't speak at it, but I wanted to be there just to kind of hear everybody's thoughts and gather my own thoughts. And one point that I think that Director Lascalia said that I thought was really important to point out was that this $823,000, it's only going to really get us started on the sidewalk list, on the priority list. It's really going to be like a good head start, like $1 million is only going to help us for like this year, and it's not like a permanent solution. So it's just, I think that is important to know, because just how big the sidewalk project is and how long it's going to take to complete the list. It's going to take years to fix our sidewalks, and I wish it's very sad that the bridge project is ending, and I hope that we can bring it back. But I just feel like we should remember that this is going to be money well spent. Let's see. I just want to look over my notes, make sure I'm not missing anything. So I wanted to remind councilors that on April 4th, we voted unanimously to support the ADA transition plan. The ADA transition plan, a major part of it is the sidewalk project. So by reappropriating these funds to go towards sidewalks, we are keeping in line with the ADA transition plan, with pedestrian safety in Northampton, and I also wanted to point out that this isn't just a disability issue. Sidewalks they benefit everyone, and the sidewalk disrepair is an issue for everyone, including people who can walk, who easily trip on the sidewalks and injure themselves. children in strollers who parents are trying to push on the sidewalks, and it's just not easy to do, nor is it safe. I also would point out that there's a very big older population in Northampton. A lot of older people have mobility issues, walking issues, but they don't identify as disabled. So it's important for them too. They might not be speaking out about it at disability commission meetings, because they don't consider themselves disabled, but they are affected by the sidewalks in Northampton. So I guess I couldn't stress more how important it is, basically, and it's in following with the ADA law, So it's not just doing favors for people in Northampton. We're actually we're complying with ADA law. So I just So thank you, and I know this is a hard thing. So
before we go back to Councilor Labarge, was there anyone else? Okay, Councilor Labarge.
Thank you. Are you all finished?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Anyways, I don't think anybody's objecting at all about the sidewalk. It's the issue that apparently there's 3 bids that went out. The first one, which you were listening, was at, I think it was $1,095,000 on it. And then on 24, it was $1,987,000. And then a low bid came in on July 24th at $1.65 million. The problem is nobody is saying we're objecting to sidewalks, ever. I have to say, people in Leeds, many of them, I've already talked to many, have worked tirelessly with what they were doing, of how they were going to get money and so forth there. And I think you heard the same thing also. And to just come and say it's over with, I don't agree with that language, it's over with. Not me. And I told you, you're the counselor in that ward, you're going to get a lot of backing up from many people. And I feel, I mentioned about the CPA money. No. Well, yeah, why not? Why not? We're not asking for all the CPA money. We're asking us to help to go ahead and start of getting the money for that bridge. There's a lot of value there. And I can tell you right now, many people are not happy. And 2 counselors are saying, give us the opportunity to get some CPA money, and let's look at the grants. I don't think that's too much to ask for at all. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilor Elkins.
First of all, I want to say, Councilor Maori, I do not envy your position. I hope your constituents in your ward are, and I know they are, grateful for the work that you've done to see them and hear them and to, work through this. I have, in my work on the CIP Advisory Committee, I've been hearing about this project for years, and in every forum with which she has to speak about it and work on it, and I even say advocate for it, and which may not even be entirely her role, but Director Lascalia has, and I would say, it raises questions every time about sort of what it means for the whole city relative to who's benefited and what, and of course we would do it. We would do it for 5 people if we could, but it is a zero-sum game to some extent, right? Capital in particular, or these one-time funds, capital. So I do want to reassure your constituents that everything you've said about Director Lascalia and her work on this has been absolutely true. I think she's got a soft spot for this project in her heart, and it breaks her heart too to be in this position. The chair of the Disabilities Commission spoke tonight and mentioned that it perhaps had become controversial. I do want to say, I don't think there's anything about the repurpose, the sidewalks as the issue. That's not controversial at all. If this money is, repurposed, I don't think there's any debate whatsoever that that is absolutely the best use for it. Speaking from the position of at large and the whole city, one of the nice things maybe about being at large is I don't hear about all the potholes. The ward considerations tend to go to you guys, and sometimes I see them, sometimes I hear them, but the number one infrastructure complaint that I hear about that makes its way to me, and it's from all over the city, is sidewalks, and beats. I hear a lot about a lot of things, but I, across the city, hear about sidewalks. And of course, it affects all of our quality of life. And for me, what it comes down to, and as Councilor Dubbs said, that, we committed as a city, as a council, to advancing accessibility throughout the city. And there aren't very many things within the city's purview that so dramatically and completely affect the quality of life of our neighbors and community members who have accessibility issues. To say nothing of the safety hazards, to say nothing of just the deteriorated conditions of many of our sidewalks. So, I'm a yes vote for this. It is with some tremendous sympathy for the folks in Leeds who are seeing this. And what that bridge means to them and their community. We all see it and feel it, and I wish we weren't in this position, but as we are, we're in a position to do better than a half measure, to do better than the little bit that we're able every year to put in towards sidewalks and make a dramatic move to help us. So anyway, it breaks my heart for Ward 7 and Leeds, but I'm a yes vote tonight on this.
Thank you. You had your hand? Did you want to go? Okay, Councilor Moulton.
Thank you. To Councilor Maori, completely understand your position on this, and again, I empathize with you. You've talked to dozens of your constituents. I heard from one woman in Leeds who I've known for a long time today, who just was explaining the grassroots effort over many years that has gone into, and very lovingly gone into, trying to preserve and bring back the bridge. So that was one person who I heard from. So I understand your position. I wanted to ask the mayor, has consideration been given in the past to applying for CPA money for the bridge?
I don't believe that we've applied for it. And I don't, Director Lascalia, we could ask her if she's considered it. I mean, I know there's been a lot of discussion about this for years. Also, I want to, I would like to sort of recognize and thank Director Lascalia for the years she spent trying to make this a feasible project. There was she hired an expert engineer and then has put it out to bid multiple times, and then and in between tried to revise it and make it more attractive for bidding. And it's just consistently come in at double what's been appropriated, or quite a bit more than double. And it's just, I just want to say, I hope all the work that's gone into trying to make this a viable project shows that we do value this, both the historic but also the personal importance of this pedestrian bridge. It's just, the reality is that this has become an incredibly expensive project. So it's what's been appropriated is significantly more than what had been the original estimate, and then the bids are coming in at double or more. So, and I just, since you asked me a question, I hope you don't mind that I'm just going to take a second. I just also want to make sure that I mentioned this at the last meeting, and I'm not sure if this was discussed at Finance, but, obviously the recommendation is to reprogram these funds for badly needed work on sidewalks. But I want to make sure that people understand that one of the main projects that we're talking about is needed repaving and sidewalk reconstruction on Florence Street in Leeds. So this is a long road. So this is where, it's at Route 9 to up past Leeds Elementary School and into sort of the center of the village. So this is a very long stretch and also like a main entryway into Leeds. So this is one of the main things that we are looking to do with this reprogrammed money is put it towards Leeds in that way and do that work that's really needed. It'll need, as has been noted, we'll need additional appropriation, and so I would be bringing additional bond authorizations to you in the future to be able to do that. And I also want to say that, I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, we'd love to talk about possibilities of beautification, like ways to honor this bridge. How the sort of chain link that's keeping people from passing it right now doesn't look great, but I think that there are ways that this bridge can really be honored, even if it's not open for passage because it's not deemed safe by MassDOT. But I think there are ways to make it really beautiful and still be this really important piece of Leeds history and Northampton history in general.
So I appreciate all that
Thank you.
background and context. But my question really
CPA.
is did at some point was a decision made that an application for CPA money really did not rise to the top of priorities for the city planning department or DPW?
So so a lot of this happened before I was mayor. So I was not privy to those conversations, and I don't know if Director LaScalia has anything to add on, whether. She does. Oh, sorry, she does, I'm told.
She does, great, thank you.
Yeah, we'll turn it over to Director LaScalia. Welcome.
Yeah, hi, good evening, councilors. So I can talk a little bit about the funding, but it's important to just kind of set the context in how we did this work. So I think as we've discussed, our original project estimate on this was $500,000. So we were extremely surprised when we bid the project and it comes back at $1.9 million, not at all what we were expecting. We bid it 3 times and we're getting a bid cluster, very close to $2 million. The $1.6 million bid that we got the 3rd time we bid was an outlier. We received 3 bids the 3rd time that we bid. 2 of them were at $1.9 million. The low bid was at $1.659 million. So the reason I'm just kind of summarizing that is because it's very difficult for us when we think about kind of piecing together grant funding, whether it's CPA or some sort of a Mass Trails grant or some sort of Chapter 90 funding, and then kind of combining it with existing city funding. We're struggling with how much the project is actually going to cost. And so even when we say, okay, I've got a bid for $1.659 million, that's not how much the project costs. I have to have a contingency of at least 10%. I have to have construction administration oversight of at least 10%. So a $1.659 million bid is actually a $2 million project. If it's a $1.9 million bid, mathematically, I'm closer to a $2.5 million project. So when I have worked with the planning director on this to talk about how can we piece together funding to add to the $823,000 that we have remaining, we have at least a $1.2 million shortfall. And we do not know what the actual amount of the shortfall is until we actually bid the project. Right. And when we bid the project, the difference between $1.6 million and $1.9 million, once we add in the contingency and the construction administration, is actually significant. So we've got sort of a spread on the available money and what we need for grant funding that's actually dynamic, for lack of a better word. So this is our struggle. We talked about putting in a CPA application and seriously considered it, and the CPA application would be successful. The question is to invest more than $2 million in a bridge that reopens to bicycles and pedestrians only is then inspected by Mass DOT, as all of our open bridges are, and requires a maintenance investment beyond the capital investment just to reopen it. And I think these are all of the challenges that face us. So we absolutely have entertained a variety of different grant funding sources, and we believe we would have strong applications, and we believe that they would be successful. But the question the question remains, this level of money in a bridge for bicycles and pedestrians, is this an acceptable use of funding? Because once we sort of steer, let's say, a Mass Trails grant, there's a maximum award, it's capped at $500,000, and you get one Mass Trails grant. And we're actually using our Mass Trails grant to pave the bike path, or a portion of it to pave the bike path. So, this is the challenge, is there's not sort of an infinite amount of money in grants. When you are awarded a grant for one project, it means you don't get to do another project. So that's the complexity of what we're dealing with the bridge. It's very hard for me to say how much money we actually even need. If I were to put this back out to bid right now, I'm confident that I would likely get bids, if any, because we've bid it 3 times. So if I were to bid this a 4th time, and there is a cost to bid, it's roughly $500 every time we bid. So if I bid this, I'm confident that I will get a big cluster around $1.9 million. Is it possible that I could get a $1.6 million bid? Absolutely, but it's more likely we will be in the $1.9 million range. So if that's the case, we now need to piece together grant funding that's going to push us more towards $2.5 million. And when we bid, I have 30 days to award the contract legally. So within 30 days, we have to have an appropriation, we have to have that money set, and we have to be able to sign the contract. So those are kind of the timing challenges we have, and that's sort of the piecing together of this grant funding that would have to happen. Everything would have to sort of align perfectly. And again, we're talking about a price tag, between $2 and $2.5 million. Realistically, and that is a realistic assessment given our experience.
Thank you. Councilor Labarge.
So I want to hear from the mayor.
Is your mic on?
Thank you. So, Mayor, this is directly for you. Are we just going to go ahead and say, all right, we can't get the money on all that, and say, I guess you're not going to work on it, correct? To try to do something with that bridge? Is that what I'm hearing from our finance director and from you, Mayor, also?
So the recommendation is that, so we will have the designs for this bridge, right? So if in the future this becomes a viable project, you can always pick it back up. It doesn't disappear. We still have all the work that went into it. But the recommendation is that we reprogram this money. We have this issue with the bonded funds that we have to deal with. And so, as you just heard from Director Lascalia, this is looking at more like a $2.5 million project.
Possibly.
Yeah.
My concern is hearing it's over with. And I don't think so. At all. That's why I'm asking you as our mayor.
Well, so I put forward the recommendation. You all get to vote on it.
Say that again?
I put forward the recommendation, right, which is to reprogram these funds towards sidewalks, but you all get to vote on it. So that's your decision to make.
I know.
Then we have to figure out what we do with the bond.
Drop this and not come back and look at it at some point?
Well, as I just said, all of the plans, all the investment in, assessing it and the design still exists. So if in the future it could be brought back at any time when it was feasible to do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Rothenberg.
Councilor Labarge, what do you think I want to do? Do you know? Do you know what I want to do or what I think of this? I mean, I said last time that Ward 3 doesn't like this of taking from Leeds to give to other parts of the city. I don't think that's the way that our community views each other, that we have to take from one part of the city to give to another part. I mean, there are councilors here who disagree with me or hold a different public opinion about our wealth and our resources. My opinion is that we have enough wealth and resources to do both. And I don't know if any of you have heard from CPA. I'm surprised we haven't heard from them already, because there were issues earlier in the year where they didn't want the city coming to them to do things that the city should be paying for by themselves. And maybe they hold a different opinion on this, but if that is the opinion they still hold on this, I agree with them. I think we have enough money. I think if you needed to have an appropriation in 30 days, we can do that. I think we have a council that signs whatever financial orders the mayor puts in front of them, usually, very quickly, and waiving a second reading. So I don't see that as a problem, and I don't see $2.5 million as a lot of money for us, especially when we're about to have $8 million coming back to us. I also think the sidewalks need a much bigger investment. So on the whole, I'm just not impressed with the financing of either of these projects. I think that I'm not going to stand in your way to do the sidewalks. You've got to take whatever you can get, and it's not a wasteful use of money. But I think that grants, a loan, CPA, I mean, even the loan piece, like having to pay back the loan or use the loan right away, I think was the way they put it. Okay, use the loan right away on sidewalks if that's all you can do, if that's the only thing you've got lined up, you think. But then replenish the bridge money with another source of money. I mean, part of our job as counselors is not just to decide how much we're spending, but where we spend it from. And I'm still waiting to see one time in the 10 months that I've been here, I'm waiting to see one time that this city council takes issue with the source of funding and the way things are funded and asks for things to be tweaked there. So I'm really feeling that with this project. I don't think that the capital projects and the plans that we have laid out in the SIP, I really don't think it all makes a lot of sense. I don't think that we're spending $21 million a year. I'm still doing research to try to understand what our real spending patterns are. But I think that us just being so passive with this idea that, Councilor Elkins and Director Nardi and the mayor have it all figured out and it's very complicated, and if only you would understand, Councilor Rothenberg, I don't think that's the situation. And I think $2.5 million is easy for us, easy, but I will continue doing research. And Councilor Labarge, if you wanted to have more time and you wanted to take the unusual move that I sometimes take and lodge a charter objection, I would join you so that you could have another 2 weeks or wait until our next regular meeting. But I leave that to you. I'm not going to initiate one. And I just want to close with asking the question that my constituent asked, which I thought was interesting, just as an aside. It is interesting to me that the Village Hill sidewalks are being prioritized, and it is interesting to me that Fiden may still be a consultant, and I'm just wondering if we can get an answer to her question, which is Wayne Fiden still a consultant for the city, and if he is, under what name is he billing?
Point of order, this is not pertinent to the agenda item.
Could I respond to the relevancy?
I'd ask for a ruling from the chair.
Yeah. So the issue of sidewalks, of what will be spent on, is pertinent because we are referring it to sidewalks. The question of former Director Fiden's, I don't see that as relevant. So if there's a question about sidewalks, it can certainly go forward and about Village Hill. Would you like to respond?
Sure. I can send that information request separately. We don't have to tie that in here. I would like to just hear the reasons that there's nothing for Montview and there's something for a new neighborhood like Village Hill. Let's just make a record of those reasons. I'm sure you have some.
I'll go to Councilor Elkins and then
I just
ask questions about the the sidewalks.
Okay, thank you. I just, Councilor Rothenberg, we discussed the priority list and how it was generated at our Finance Committee meeting. It was a product of the past study and ongoing observations of by the DPW of the sidewalks, and then also in consultation with the Disability Commission. And so that was our work that we did within the context of our.
It's a question for Director Lascalia, if she can speak to Village Hill in particular. What's going on up there? Why are we coming to the rescue in Village Hill right now?
Sure. So Christopher Heights, I've been in conversation with them for several years. I think I mentioned that one of the things that we do is we receive all incident reports throughout the city. So anytime someone is injured in a roadway, there's some sort of vehicle incident, someone trips and falls and is injured on the sidewalk, or sort of comes into conflict with anything that is under DPW's jurisdiction, that comes to us, and we sort of sort through all of it and we look for patterns. But we definitely prioritize areas where we have high rates of injuries or where we see patterns of incidents. So sidewalks up in Village Hill are certainly newer than other sections of the city. That's very obvious. And unfortunately, the concrete has heaved in many locations due to tree roots. And so when you don't have a porous sidewalk surface, and you have a tree planted kind of right next to a sidewalk panel, it heaves. And you see that all over the city, and you see it particularly in Village Hill. So we're looking at the area around Christopher Heights, and like I said, I've been in contact with the folks up there because there have been a number of incidents spanning several years, and we've done what we can to kind of grind the lips on these down. There's a lot of people who use mobility devices and need assistance kind of walking in that area, and that's kind of a very common area for those folks to kind of get out and move around. And so one of the things that we did is these sort of complaints and incidents start to pile up, is we actually go out and we kind of assess the entire area. So that's the explanation for Village Hill, and much like we're targeting the area around Michael's house, we're looking at particular locations where we have kind of a high density of people who are using mobility devices or need a little extra assistance for whatever reason, whatever they're using, that are having a hard time on the heaped sidewalks. So that is the explanation for Village Hill.
Thank you, and it's always very good to see you. That's probably my last question tonight.
Councilor Dubs.
Thanks. I just wanted to just kind of point out that the sidewalk priority list has been going on for years. This project has been going on. The list was generated, or the list was generated in 2017, the study itself, and published in 2018. So it makes me happy to hear the engagement from other councilors about which sidewalks need to be fixed and what the priorities should be. But I welcome you to join the conversation that we've been having for years. And the vote that we're having tonight is not about the sidewalk priority list. That already exists. The vote tonight is about where this money is going to go. And I agree that it's relevant, what sidewalks that we are prioritizing, but that conversation is ongoing. It's been going on. It's going to continue for years. So I hope everybody can continue being a part of the conversation. But this isn't just like a new list that just showed up. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Councilor Moulton, then we'll go back to Councilor Elkins.
Yeah, I appreciate your point, Councilor Dubs, and I will just add to it that, as Councilor Elkins mentioned, we had a very extensive discussion about this last night, and the recent communication between the Disability Commission and Director Lascalia has proven, I think, to be very useful in informing some updates to that priority list. based on what the Disability Commission has put forward as its, as its top, based on their lived experiences, the sidewalks that the commission feels should get the most immediate attention. So it's kind of an organic process, and you're correct in saying 2017 was sort of the baseline, but it is continuing to be updated.
Councilor Elkins, then Councilor Clemmer.
So this is a question for Director Nardi, and also perhaps for you, Councilor Jarrett. It is the case, of course, right, that anytime the council has approved an order, if that money is not spent on that project, it has to come back for a vote to be repurposed. I'm correct about that, correct? It's in our city charter. It's also state law.
Yes, it does.
It's been implied here tonight by Councilor Rothenberg that that money that has been appropriated and ordered by this council to be spent on certain things have not, in fact, been spent on those things. That's how I interpreted the subtext of this. To the best of your knowledge, Director Nardi, and I guess I'd ask Director LaScalia too, are we in a position where we don't have the money for this because of any reason to believe that money has been misappropriated and not spent on money and projects that this council has approved?
No, I am not aware that we have. No, we have spent the money for the reasons that you have voted it.
Right. I don't think I am. Okay, thank you. So, to be clear, anything that is anything that we have approved, if the purpose is going to be changed, it has to come back for the vote.
That is correct.
And if we have approved it, it has to be spent on that.
That is correct.
Okay. No.
Councilor Rothenberg, would you like a direct response?
Yeah, my comments were about the SIP, not appropriations.
Councilor Clemmer.
First of all, I appreciate all the work you've done for years, and Director LaScalia and everybody else who's tried to get this bridge reopened. Since I've only been in Northampton 14 years, I haven't had the pleasure of, I don't have any childhood memories of it, but as I ride my bike over, I often, admire it and just wish that it was in use. And I'm glad that some of the money is going to Florence Road for your ward. As Ward 2 counselor and as a resident of Village Hill, I just wanted to speak to that. The road around it, there's a loop around the neighborhood that is busy from, before sunrise to way after sunset, with people walking their dogs and people just getting exercise. I know there's been quite a few people that have fallen and got badly injured, and because of the buckled sidewalks. And it's not, just because it's new doesn't mean it's better. I mean, if anybody's bought an appliance in the last 10 years, they know that they don't last anymore. So, it needs help, and there's a formula and people that Director LaScalia go to determine which roads or which sidewalks need to be tended to first or put higher up on the list. And I'm sure that's how this was done too. So I appreciate taking care of Village Hill as well as other streets that in Northampton that get a lot of use and need some help. And I wish we could do every street, and I mean, the list is huge, and I'm glad we could just, chip away at it at least and use this money for that.
Thank you. Councilor Maori.
I thought you had your hand up. That's right, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to, well, first of all, I would say it's your decision, but I think as a council, it behooves us to kind of always move towards being really transparent. And I mean, I have no opinion, I've never heard that before, but I do think, whether former, Director Fiden is involved in those decisions is relevant. I mean, and I think we shouldn't, I guess I'm just saying, let's just be, I think we all have our kind of opinions of what's going on here, but when we can, I think erring towards transparency is just going to help us. I'm just going to put that out there. But I don't, that's not really what I wanted to talk about. What I wanted to say was that, yeah, I wanted to just let Director LaScalia know that when I talked to, the last 2 days when I've done all this talking with Leeds folks, especially the LCA, they feel, they kind of, like, I understand, if I were DPW director, your job is to hold all this, right? And the sidewalks is a dog, and it's just, that's biting everybody a little bit, and that's your job. And even with that being your job, you took on for years something, that was beyond that, and showed your dedication. So there was no sense, and that's why it was kind of a hard decision that I've gone back and forth, because there's no sense that that wasn't there. But my job and our job is something a little different. My job is to think about the city, and I think investments in our historic structures are a citywide issue. But ultimately, it's also my job to, represent the people of Leeds Village, and I'm all they got in this room right now. Besides honorary Ward 7 Councilor Labarge. But so I just wanted to make that clear, that part of what's been hard is that they do understand. They read the room. They know it's a really tough time to talk about millions of dollars. But I feel like my role in this is to kind of be that voice for them, especially since there was such a mixed, group, and and that's why I feel like I'm saying that. But I just wanted to reassure you about that part at least.
Thank you. Mayor Shara.
So, Council President, I also respect your decision, but I would like to answer the question, because I think there's been an implication of impropriety, not just on former Director Fiden, but also on the city and on other departments. And so I'd like to answer that question, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
So the answer is no. Former Director Fiden is not a consultant with the city and hasn't been for well over a year.
Thank you. Councilor Elkins.
I would move to approve.
What?
I'll second that.
Move to approve.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Elkins
had
and
my hand up.
seconded by
Sorry.
Councilor
Sorry.
Jones.
That's right.
Don't worry, there's still time to discuss. And Councilor
Thank you.
Labarge.
Because I did let Councilor Elkins, I did let Councilor Maori go ahead and speak.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean
I
to.
just want you to know that.
Of course, no.
Okay. Anyways, it's not the idea of not supporting the sidewalks. I support that 100%. And I know you do too. I just worry about it just being left. Of hearing last night's meeting, which you were not here, Mayor, last night, you felt like it was over with completely. And I don't want people to feel that way, period. Period. And I think this is valuable. You're our mayor of the city here. We do care, Mayor, about the bridge. Not just Ward 6, many people do. I'm just saying, last night when I left here, I felt like it was over with. Over with. And I've never felt that way. Because there is value here. I always will support sidewalks. Again, I've waited 18 years about Florence Road. I even invited you to come on a site visit, and I know you've been so busy. And I've even talked with Senator Comfort about it, about making an appointment with Donna. It is not ADA compliance at all, at all. Councilor Jarrett and I and our ADA coordinator, we went through that whole street, and it's inaccessible with wheelchairs and all. And I'm hearing now, last night, that a list is already made. When we got problems at Ryan Road School before the school of icing every winter, and people are concerned. But Donna did say last night that they probably would get that finished by, what, Donna, this winter? So this is what I'm saying. A list is made out. People have already decided when we have a street right now for 18 years not accessible. And it was made not accessible, what, 2 or 3 years ago when we did that site visit? Councilor Jarrett?
That was when we did it.
Right. I mean, what's going on here?
So, Councilor, I mean, there was a sidewalk study done in 2018, so there's been a list for years and priorities. I know that sidewalk near Florence Heights is really dear to you, and I know that it's really something that you feel very strongly about. I think we all do. Director Scalia, I'm not sure this is the appropriate time to talk about all this, but as she's explained before, there's lots of issues with that area. There is a cliff that there's just not space there. It's a very challenge. The topography of that space is very, very difficult. So it makes it hard to be able to kind of mobilize to do that sidewalk in, which is, I think, why it hasn't happened yet. But I know how important it is to you.
Well, her and I did talk about, she mentioned about, she didn't even know if that was city property with that sidewalk. And we found out, yes, it was. And she said the whole hill itself was a big problem.
Yes.
And the senator knows all about that. I will support sidewalks always. But I feel when you're on the bottom of a list for 18 years, and then 3 years ago you make something and you hear from our ADA corridor and it's not accessible, I have a problem with all this. When we're going through with money and fixing sidewalks, I'm really upset about this. I'm leaving.
And we have a lot of sidewalks that are not accessible, unfortunately.
That cannot even use that. It's not fair. I'm sorry. I'm supporting the sidewalks. There's no question about it. But I have a problem with a bridge sitting there, not knowing if it's ever going to happen.
I understand. I mean, it was closed over 20 years ago to traffic, so this has been a long time that it's been in the state that it is. And as we've talked about a lot tonight, a lot of people have worked very hard for years to try and make this a feasible project.
Everybody wants sidewalks and leads and the roads corrected like every one of our wards.
Yeah.
I just don't like being a city councilor and having a feeling that something's just going to be left. And I don't think that's a good feeling here. If I had heard, yeah, possibly, we might be able to do something eventually, I don't know.
I mean, at the first meeting, I believe I said, like, it's just not feasible at this time. And as I reiterated tonight, we hold these plans, right? And so if in the future it becomes, maybe the state comes up with a new bridge grant or something happens.
This is what I'm saying. If you hear something like that,
sorry,
at least we know.
Can you let her finish first?
I'm finished. Thank you.
So, again, those plans remain, and money has been invested in trying to figure out this issue. And so, there's always a possibility that something will become possible in the future. Just at this moment,
I appreciate you.
We can't find. It does not seem a way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I would like to take an opportunity to speak. So, my position is this bridge is a worthy project. Reopening it would add significant value to the neighborhood. Back in 2021, I voted to approve borrowing the money for the project. And then, I was concerned about the price, but it's an important project. And the question now for me is, the additional funds are such that when you compare that to what those funds can be spent on elsewhere, including the proposed $823,000, et cetera, for sidewalks, the amount will construct a really significant distance of sidewalks and fix these key areas. I'm glad to hear that Leeds will be getting some of that, and I just wanted to get a sense, because to me it can be very confusing about, okay, when are these things happen? What is the priority? I don't have a good sense of, of when different neighborhoods will get sidewalks done and why they're delayed, because some neighborhoods, the sidewalks seem to be in a much worse condition than others. But as I understand it, and maybe you can clarify, Director LaScalia, it is often that it is most economical to do those sidewalks when you're also doing those roads or when you're also working in that neighborhood. So, we certainly hear about from Councilor Labarge, the road up to the sidewalks up to Florence Heights, and that's a key community that needs to be connected. And then we hear also about Ward 3 and the Montview neighborhood and the deterioration of sidewalks there. Could you just speak to how those equity concerns and those financial concerns are decided upon?
Yeah, I think they're very difficult decisions because it's impossible to extract sidewalks out of all of our other infrastructure. So you can't just look at the sidewalk and not look at the water main or the sewer main or the curb line or where the drain line is, or if you have utility pole conflicts or gas line conflicts. So when we look at what sidewalks we're doing, it often makes the most sense to do them in conjunction with a roadway project. Or if we're going to sort of extract them out and do them as a standalone project, we have to make certain that we do not have utility conflicts. And we have to make certain that we don't have conflicts with what the gas company is proposing. We don't want to put in a new sidewalk and then the gas company needs to come in and do construction on top of something that we have already done. So there's kind of a lot of moving parts, and if you look at our historical appropriations for sidewalks, they've been in the roughly $200,000 range. Just for some comparison's sake, the sidewalk that Councilor Labarge is referring to up to Florence Heights is a roughly $250,000 project if we were to reconstruct that sidewalk. Just that small stretch of sidewalk is about $250,000. So when we think about what our annual appropriation for sidewalks is and what that actually buys you, these decisions become extremely complicated. So when we think about the Montview neighborhood, and there's certainly been a lot of advocacy in Ward 3 area, but the streets are in disrepair, the utilities are very, very old. We've got kind of gas work going on all throughout those neighborhoods. We've been doing extensive sewer work this summer. We can't come in and construct a sidewalk, on top of utility construction. We have to make sure we are clear of utility construction before we can start thinking about roadway surface or sidewalk surface. So that's just some of the factors that we have to think about, but ultimately, it does boil down to what is the financial appropriation.
Would it be possible to have a report of some kind similar to we have with the CIP that shows here's what we're going to spend in year 1, here out to year 5. Here's a general plan, understanding that plan will be in flux. That we're going to depending on what happens with the utilities or what deteriorates, it's going to change. But I think it would be useful for us as a council to have an understanding and for the community to understand that there's a reason that it'll be 3 years till this sidewalk or this neighborhood is fixed, but there's a very good reason for it.
Yeah, and I think I appreciate the comment. It's, these are sort of dynamic things. So it's difficult for us to say, okay, in 2027, we are going to target these streets when these streets may fall apart, in 2025, and we have to pay attention to them sooner. And we deal with this a lot with our roadways. In fact, Spring Street is a really good example of this. A couple of years ago, Spring Street just completely blew apart on us. We had no intention of paving Spring Street when we did. We knew it was a problem. We were looking at it for sort of a couple of years out, and we ended up having to kind of swoop in there because it was basically the equivalent of dirt. So, I think the way we kind of manage these assets is we have, lists posted on our website of kind of the condition of our streets, the condition of our sidewalks, and then on an annual basis, depending on the amount of money that's appropriated, we're able to select kind of the worst of the worst or the worst that we're going to do with paving. So it's difficult if we were to be in a position where we're kind of forecasting, you know, this is what we're going to do, and then we're just not able to do it for whatever reason. So I think what we have historically done is sort of posted that information. You can go to our website, you can see the condition of everything. There's a color-coded map for our roadways, and you know, I can certainly manipulate the sidewalk inventory to a more readable form. But to try to lay that out in a 5-year replacement plan when we've had historical funding of $250,000 a year, and I don't think the list of what we can accomplish for $250,000 a year is going to be something that's particularly long, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Thank you for that clarification. I'm going to go to Councilor Clemmer.
So, Director Scalia, so is that why Village Hill is able to be done now? Because the roads are in decent shape, and I mean, all the roads and the gas and electric are all in good shape, and it's just the sidewalks that are a problem?
Yeah, the utilities are stable and the roadways are stable. So what we will be targeting at Village Hill is particular locations where we have had incidents, and which are, you know, kind of getting worse. I mean, if you were to look at like a Google Street View of that, you can actually see the deterioration. So yes, we have stable conditions around the sidewalk, so we can come in and do spot repairs. And I just want to be clear about that list that was generated. It's certainly not a comprehensive list of the whole city. For $800,000, we're not going to do everything on that list. There's over 100 locations, and it's just kind of part of our assessment of the area. You know, we're going to target the worst places. Each location on there is between $3,000 and $3,500 to do a spot repair. So, you know, we're going to have to back into, based on the appropriation that we have and based on our bid prices that we receive, we will have to back into spot repair locations. But yes, to answer your question, Village Hill is generally stable with utilities and the roadway.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to move us toward a vote. Are there any other questions that councilors or comments that councilors would like to make before we vote? Go ahead.
Councilor Debs. I know you well enough to know that from your tone of voice, it sounds like I disappointed you when I was getting into the nitty-gritty of which neighborhoods are getting...
No, this is nothing personal, I promise you that.
But I do think we're going to keep having these conversations until we figure out a plan to fund the whole city's sidewalks. And some cities do that, and I think we need to move towards doing that. And I still just maintain that we have the money to do the bridge and the sidewalks and your Florence sidewalks. $3.5 million maybe for all three of those things. So for those reasons, I'm either going to abstain or vote no. But I'm always very excited we're doing more for sidewalks. I just want to see us finance things in the way that makes sense in accordance with the wealth that I believe we do have as a city.
Okay. Seeing none. Checking Councilor Perry. All right, roll call, please, on approval of 24.155.
Okay. Councilor Perry.
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg.
No.
Councilor Dobbs.
Yes.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes. For the sidewalks, yes.
Councilor Maori.
No.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
7
to 2.
Okay, that's financial order passes. 7 to 2.
And just a point of information, we would have needed six. You need six for a financial order just for the new counselors.
Yep. Okay, thanks everyone. Yes, thank you, Director LaScalia, for staying with us.
The hours she's put into talking about the bridge.
Yes, much appreciated. The last 3 things on our agenda are resolutions. And the first one is 24.156, a resolution calling for passage of question 2 to replace the MCAS graduation requirement. This is in first reading, but the sponsors respectfully request 2 readings to allow the resolution to be adopted prior to its appearance on the November 5th state election ballot. And this is Councilor Clemmer and Maori. Would you like to read it?
So resolution R-24.156, resolution calling for passage of question 2 to replace the MCAS graduation requirement. Whereas access to high quality publicly funded education is guaranteed right written into the Massachusetts Constitution and. My thing wasn't on.
What?
I wasn't on.
And thank you. Whereas the goal of public education is to teach students essential foundational skills such as reading, writing, and arithmetic, and to develop critical thinkers, engaged citizens, and lifelong learners. And
whereas the bedrock of the Commonwealth's outstanding public education system is strong, statewide standards that are uniform throughout the public schools, and
whereas Massachusetts Comprehensive Assessment System, MCAS, is a set of statewide standardized tests that all public school students and the Massachusetts state law requires that high school students meet the competency determination standard in order to graduate, which requires a passing score on MCAS tests. And
whereas the MCAS is significantly limited and not the best measure of how much students know and does not accurately and effectively measure whether students are meeting the Commonwealth standards and developing the skills they need to thrive after high school. And
whereas the MCAS test will be replaced with other measures that more accurately evaluate whether students are meeting our strong statewide standards and developing the skills they need to succeed in college, the workforce, and beyond our educator-led assessments, such as projects, papers, tests, group activities that are conducted throughout the school year. And
whereas the MCAS would be used to identify areas where students need help rather than being the sole factor that determines a student's future and ability to graduate. And
whereas the punitive use of MCAS as a high school graduation requirement has restricted curriculum and shifted the focus of education in our public schools toward meeting a test score instead of fostering an environment of creativity, critical thinking, and real teaching and learning that helps students realize their full potential. And
whereas pediatricians, researchers, and school counselors have warned of severe impact of high-stakes testing like the MCAS graduation requirement on students' mental health and well-being. And
whereas Massachusetts is one of the few states still requiring students to pass the MCAS in order to graduate. And
whereas standardized test requirements notoriously stack the deck against students of color, ESL students, those with individualized educational needs and learning disabilities. And
whereas using MCAS testing as a high school graduation requirement has prevented or delayed thousands of students from earning a diploma, thereby interrupting or derailing education or career plans, with especially harmful impacts on students of color, low-income students, students with disabilities, and students for whom English is their second language. And
now, therefore, it be resolved, students should be evaluated on their full range of talents, abilities, work, and attendance, and
therefore, let it be resolved that that the City of Northampton supports passage of ballot question 2 to replace MCAS graduation requirement and require instead the districts certify that students have satisfactorily completed coursework demonstrating mastery of the skills and knowledge required by the Commonwealth's strong statewide standards in order to graduate. And
therefore be it resolved that the administrative assistant to the city council shall send a copy of the resolution to Northampton Mayor Gina Louise Shara. Could you go up a little bit?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Keep getting the right screen.
Northampton Superintendent Portia Bonner, State Representative Lindsay Sabadosa, thank you, and State Senator Joe Comerford, and the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. Thanks, Dan.
Would you like to speak to the resolution?
You can go first.
Okay. Well, you know,
Your mic.
Thank you. It's a long night. We got some resolutions, and I have a feeling that this council is particularly kind of educated on this subject, so I'm not going to go into a lot of, I'm just going to make some highlights here. Just to clarify, this does not get rid of the MCAS. It gets rid of it as a graduation requirement. And you know, what we're hearing from teachers on the ground is this really is it's an equity issue, and that students can demonstrate all sorts of ways that they are excelling and completing, completing assignments and excelling in school, and still, fail at this and have tragic consequences. And it seems like, it seems like whatever it set out to do, it's not doing. It's not fixing inequities. It's not funding our schools. In fact, what it's not doing. What I think originally, at least I remember, the conversations being, I want my kids' teachers to teach them and not teach to the test. And someone brought up an interesting thing, kind of component of this I hadn't really reflected upon, which is teachers. It's pretty gendered. Teachers are still overwhelmingly women, and there's this kind of thing where we train them, we have all sorts of requirements for them, and then we kind of don't trust them to do their job, and we have to kind of paternally, regulate them. And so I just want to name that. So yeah, there's, and I'm just looking at some stats here. Yeah, 700 students at least each year that are unable to graduate because they failed the MCAS but met all the other requirements. And the last thing I just want to say is, I get that removing the MCAS doesn't answer all our questions about how to make standards and what that will look like. I think we can say it's not working, and that's what teachers are telling us, and I think we need to believe it's not this. We may not have all the answers, and we might need to figure some of that out, but I know we're not getting the answers from the MCAS. So I think that I'm really urging everyone to support this. I think it will open up actually really great conversations about how to bring in equity and comprehensive kind of measurement of skills. So I think that's all I wanted to say. I just don't think that they are actually helping our young people go out into the world and contribute to our communities and thrive. I think they're actually getting in the way of that.
Thank you. Yeah, just I agree with everything Councilor Maori has said. And yes, on 2 is the ballot question. We'll remove the MCATs as a graduation requirement only. It's not going to remove the exam. The students will still have to take the exam as part of their curriculum. It's kind of some students are great test takers and some are awful test takers, and and they could be the best students and do well in school and show up every day, and they fail this one test and all of a sudden they're not going to graduate. So I think there should be a lot more that goes into graduation than just passing this one test. It's the whole picture of the student, and what they're doing in school, and the extra activities that they do, and volunteering and whatever else is going on in their life. So I think our resolution explains it too, and we do have support from the Nancy Stenberg, the Senate District Coordinator who spoke earlier, and many of the school committee people and people involved in the school system are for this resolution and voting yes on the MCAS.
Thank you both. Councilors. Councilor Rothmore.
Just in terms of the function of the resolution, does it call for anything besides our saying that we support the ballot question? Or is that sort of like
That's it, yeah.
the full purpose, to broadcast how we stand as wards on the question? I feel a little strange, like something that voters are going to vote on, us signaling how we think they should vote. Do we do that? Is that something that we do often? I don't know if I'm going to do that, but I mean, of course I support this. We just had a resolution about it, right? If anyone's curious about how I'm going to vote, I'm going to vote this way, but I don't think I would make a resolution for it. I don't know.
Yeah, that interesting philosophical question about our role, and I think we all struggle with that a little bit with resolutions in general. But there is a tradition of, and often I find my residents want me to weigh in, and perhaps it is somewhat above our whatever, but they put us here to be leaders, kind of thought leaders in some sense, and so I hear your philosophical conundrum.
And I'm going to sleep on it. I'm not sure. I've just never really thought about that as part of our job, but I understand it.
Well, another resolution on the agenda also is on question 4, so yeah.
So spoiler alert, you're going to be annoyed again, and you'll probably be really tired of me talking by the end of the night.
I'm just flummoxed and befuddled, but I'm not annoyed. I'm thoughtful about it.
Councilors, any other questions or comments on this resolution? Councilor Moulton.
Yes, thank you. Well, I feel as an elected official, if anyone regards me as an opinion leader, I will offer my opinion, and that people can take it for what it's worth. This is public policy. So I certainly support the resolution. Thanks to the sponsors for bringing it to us so we can weigh in on before the election in less than 3 weeks. I do support the resolution, and my intention is to vote for question 2. I believe that standardized tests like the MCAS are best used as one measure of students' progress, but not as a one-size-fits-all determinant of whether a student graduates from high school. I think that preparing students to take the 10th grade MCAS often involves teaching memorization and test-taking skills rather than critical thinking, which is designed to prepare students to be lifelong learners. And I certainly agree that this is an equity issue, and because many of the students who either never pass it or are forced to retake it several times are students with disabilities, students for whom English is not their first language, and other historically marginalized children. So for all those reasons, I strongly support both the resolution and the question.
Councilor Labarge.
I want to thank Councilor Clement. I want to thank Councilor.
I think there's a red light there.
I'm sick of these bumps. But anyways, I want to thank the both of yours for a great written exactly the facts. These are facts. Every word that you have gotten in here, I've seen other resolutions almost similar to this, and it is a problem. It's a problem for low-income families. It's a problem for some of our youth, our children who have a disability, and to make it mandatory when they're attempting to try to graduate in their senior year of high school is very bad. Some of them, I have family member who are Greek, who came here, right, went to the Center for New Americans. I have another family member from Brazil who went to the Center of New Americans, learned how to speak English. Well, what do you know? One of them went through college, right, working at the Cooley Dick in the Developmental Center for people with languages and so forth. There's value here, and a lot of people are very fortunate that we do have what we have here in Northampton to help them to go ahead and get well educated also. So when they want to go to college and that, this is difficult. They're putting a mandatory on a youth graduating from high school, you got to pass it. I don't agree with that. So thank you both.
Okay, I can go. Yeah, I'm happy to support, the many educators and parents and students who have spoken out against this as a graduation requirement. I think the many harms are laid out well in the resolution. It's clear there are alternatives. And regarding resolutions, realize that most of our resolutions are about convincing someone to vote a certain way, whether that's our state reps, our U.S. senators, as we're talking tonight, and our U.S. representatives, or voters. But everyone gets to make up their own mind how they want to vote. But I think it is helpful to have this put together and to hear from their elected representatives how they're thinking. I did have a question, but just it says that the city of Northampton supports passage of ballot question 2. Should that be the city council of Northampton? Yeah. Okay. Because unless...
I think that there's another,
Yeah,
therefore
yeah.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you.
Yeah, I think there's some Scrivener's.
Yeah, I just noticed.
Therefore, be it resolved.
Yeah, that's,
Therefore, be it further resolved.
Yeah.
And a removal of let it be resolved. But I think those count as Scrivener's errors.
So.
Okay. But I guess if someone were to make, we have to do 2 votes here. We have to suspend the rules.
Right.
And then when whoever makes the motion could put in the part about City Council of Northampton.
Okay.
Is there interest in suspending the rules?
I would move to suspend the rules.
A second.
Motion made by Councilor Elkins and seconded by Councilor Clemmer to suspend the rules so that we may vote tonight. Any discussion? Okay, roll call on suspension of rules.
Councilor Rothenberg?
Yes.
Councilor Dobbs?
Yes.
Councilor Elkins?
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett?
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer?
Yes.
Councilor Labarge?
Yes.
Councilor Maori?
Yes.
Councilor Moulton?
Yes.
And Councilor Perry?
Okay, that's unanimous. We may vote tonight. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve the resolution with the amendment to add the city of, oh, what happened? Oh, I know, did I just turn it off? Darn it. We just need to be mic'd.
Say it again.
Yeah. Move to approve the resolution with the amendment of the addition of the word, the city council, the addition of the word council between city and of Northampton in the second to last paragraph.
Was that a second, Councilor Labarge? Okay. So motion made by Councilor Maori and seconded by Councilor Labarge for approval. Further discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilor Dobbs?
Yes.
Councilor Elkins?
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett?
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer?
Yes.
Councilor Labarge?
Yes.
Councilor Maori?
Yes.
Councilor Moulton?
Yes.
Councilor Perry?
Yes.
And Councilor Rothenberg?
Abstain.
Okay, that passes with 8 yes votes and 1 abstention. Great. That brings us to our second resolution on first reading. 24.157, a resolution calling for an embargo on U.S. arms to Israel. This is sponsored by Councilor Dobbs. Would you like to read the resolution? And I know you put forward some changes this afternoon.
Yes, I'll mention that as I read. Does that sound good?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So here we go. A resolution calling for an embargo on U.S. arms to Israel. Be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Northampton in City Council assembled as follows. Whereas, on February 27, 2024, the City Council of the City of Northampton approved a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza that includes a call for a halt to sending U.S. military supplies to the government of Israel, suspension of unrestricted military aid from the United States, and whereas the flow of U.S. weapons to the government of Israel is continuing and has enabled, and here's where I took out the word genocidal, and I just kept it attacks against the Palestinian people in Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem, and then I added this next part, which was not here before, including the unlawful restriction of life-saving humanitarian aid, and then the rest of it is the same as it was before, resulting in untold numbers of civilian deaths, which the Lancet Medical Journal estimates may exceed 186,000, and to the illegal widespread assault against the Lebanese people and the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, all of which threaten to lead to a Middle East and possibly a global war. And whereas U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders has introduced joint resolutions of disapproval in Congress to block the sale of more than $20 billion in offensive U.S. weaponry to Israel, and whereas the continued shipment of U.S. weapons to Israel violates the Leahy Law and other U.S. laws, including the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961 and the Arms Export Control Act. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Northampton City Council urges Senators Edward Markey and Elizabeth Warren and Congressman Jim McGovern to, 1, support and work for approval of Senator Sanders' above-noted legislation, and 2, introduce legislation to impose a total and immediate embargo on sales and shipment of U.S. weapons to Israel. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to Mayor Gina Louise Sierra, State Representative Lindsay Sabadosa, State Senator Joe Comerford, Congressman James P. McGovern, Senator Elizabeth Warren, Senator Edward Markey, and President Joseph R. Biden. And then at the bottom here, I have a link to Bernie Sanders' joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed foreign military sale to the government of Israel of certain defense articles and services. So, yeah, thank you for this opportunity to introduce the legislation. I know it's just first reading tonight, so we have time to think about it. This was a difficult topic for us in February. It's an emotional topic. It's difficult to talk about because it's, a very depressing, horrifying topic, to think about what's going on over there. Unfortunately, the situation hasn't gotten any better since we passed that resolution. I believe that this is a way that the council can use our voice to try to encourage our senators to disapprove of the military aid that we've been giving as a country, and I think this is a small part that we can do it's a big step that we can take on a local level. So I think that it might feel like what's the point of us saying this if are we really going to make a difference? But I think that we actually on a certain level we do make a difference. I would just point us back to the first ceasefire resolution that we passed, and it wasn't long after that our neighbors in East Hampton, Amherst, Greenfield, they passed similar resolutions. So I think that Northampton, it's a great city that can be a leader on certain topics, and like we've been having this philosophical discussion about sharing our opinions as a council and what we can do, and I think this is one way, in the position that we have, as councilors, one way we can use our voice and the position in government. So,
thank you, Councilor Labarge.
Should I turn my light on?
Yeah, turn it green.
I want to thank you for stepping up, and I also want to thank you for really looking at, which I miss dearly as a counselor, Pamela Schwartz, of doing some changes on here with the wording. It makes a difference here, and I am great concern. I don't like guns, period, but all the people that have been killed, innocent people, we need to make the war, and it's got to stop, period. Every time you turn on the TV, the radio, there's killings, more wars going on, more and more. We need to stop. We need to go ahead and really push our president to say, get in there and stop it. Stop it. Enough. and it's escalating. And more people are dying. I'm not happy with the way this has been going. So I think this is a little strong here. It's not strong enough because we have a president that should be doing and stopping it, and it's not happening. So I'm hoping something's going to be done with this.
Me too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors.
Oh, I can shut my button off.
Further discussion? Councilor Rothenberg.
Yeah, I would encourage Ward 3 residents to reach out and let me know if you feel any differently now than you did in February. Otherwise, I will probably presume that most of you landed where you landed before. But a lot has happened, and the situation hasn't gotten better, as many people have pointed out. So if you have had a change of heart about anything, please let me know.
Councilor Maori.
Thank you, Councilor Dobbs. This was not an easy thing to, take on by yourself, and yeah. And I think I like the resolution. I think it's succinct. I think your changes are fine. I think it's powerful how it is. There's a very reasonable legal basis for this. It breaks our policies, as a country, to be funding, to be sending these arms when they are breaking our policies around. Excuse me, I'm getting tired. Letting humanitarian supplies in. I read Senator Sanders' piece, and it's based on, he's basing it on the policies we already have, and it's clear to me that they're being broken. So we're not even going out on a limb here and asking for something that is beyond that. I will say, I think we should respect when people feel triggered, and that's valid. The definition of genocide, the deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. That speaks to intent, and perhaps it's hard to say intent, but callous disregard, to me, I think we can't keep turning away from that. It's been months and months, and I think it's it's valid to, if it looks like that, it's probably what's going on. And I think it's time to really take stock and kind of update, because I know we all had like hopes and wishes, and that it would start, this all started with, well, this started a long time ago, but when council brought it up in January, we were talking about a lot of different issues. We've had a long time to see, relatively since then, how it's unfolding, and it's hard to look at that definition and not feel like it's ringing true.
Thank you. Councilor Debs.
Thank you for that comment. Yeah, and I just wanted to say that, like, I on a personal level, I agree with you. Like, I personally wasn't sure about the word genocidal, and whether we should include it. Multiple people talked to me and said that they thought that it could be taken out because, like, it could be a triggering word for some people. And I guess I felt like if there was a controversial word in there, maybe we should just take it out. Not saying that I'm not against using that word. Maybe that's something we could think about for the next 2 weeks before we vote on it. Yeah, because I agree with you that yeah, if it looks like a genocide, it is genocide. So yeah.
No, I was just.
Go ahead.
No, I was actually saying that I think you're making your point with your legislation.
Oh, you think that you? Oh, okay.
I do, but I think it's also time to start naming things, and it doesn't have to be in your resolution. We're having this conversation.
Yeah.
you want people to hear you. You want a lot of people to be able to read it and perhaps not feel triggered. But I feel personally at this point that I have to name it. And I think I have my eyes wide open on this, and frankly, I have tried to not see that. But that, I'm just talking very personally, that when I read that, you know, it's ringing true to me.
Thank you. I just had a question about how, the now therefore be it resolved. So support and work for approval of Senator Sanders' above noted legislation, which I support. And 2, introduce legislation to impose a total and immediate embargo. So is 2 saying that these particular senators should introduce their own legislation? Or is this going above and beyond what Senator Sanders is proposing? And you don't have to answer, we have several weeks, but that's.
You're right, it reads kind of awkward, as it were, saying that the Northampton is going to introduce legislation. Is that sort of what you're saying?
No, I think it's clear that, yeah, we're asking our senators and U.S. congressmen to do that. But how is 2 addition, what does 2 add to 1?
Yeah, I
So I can find out the answer to that, or if you can speak, clarify it if next time. But that was sort of my question of, because of my sense is that it's adding, it's saying do more than what Senator Sanders is doing.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah. Not sure the exact answer right now, but.
Well,
Well, we're not voting.
I read it as, obviously, Councilor Dubs, you know your intention, but I read it as asking, Sanders' resolution is very specific, the particular $20 billion in offensive military aid. This goes beyond that and is asking for no more at all, whether it's offensive, whether it's or defensive. Total shutdown of military supplies to Israel. So I read it as an even stronger statement.
And just say, I look forward to hearing from more folks over the next few weeks. This is the second night of Sukkot, so if folks are observant of that, they would not have come tonight. So, there may be more folks who will want to speak on November 7th. Councilor Maori.
No, I just wanted to note that I was really really impressed with some of the comments tonight in public comment. The way people really wanted to hold our community and all parts of it and all people's places they're coming from and their points of grief, and I appreciated that. I felt an evolution since this conversation began, and that was nice. And that part itself, it's a tiny thing, but it felt heartening.
Councilor Rothman?
Yeah, just to cap off my thoughts about asking people to let me know what they think in Word 3. The last time something like this came before us, I think it was maybe my first abstention as a counselor, and I didn't know that we could have speaking abstentions or explain our reason. So I don't think I left a record of what my reasoning was. I dealt with a lot of constituent questions via email afterward, but just to make sort of a more public record of it, Ward 3 at the time had a few different things going on. One was that people didn't think that some people didn't think City Council should be weighing in on matters of international affairs. They want to see us be more effective and active on local issues. Kind of like when we were talking about the last resolution, and I was like, do we use resolutions this way? And you were like, well, most of the resolutions are, it sometimes feels like the missing resolution, which is like the most important one for us to be doing, is sort of like asking the mayor to do something, asking the city to do something, like really working our power and what parameters we're trying to set to get something done that we can get done or that we can really directly influence. On the other hand, now, I'm seeing that you take a broader view of we wouldn't just ask a mayor to do something, we would also ask voters, senators, and I asked a senator to do something with the MCAS in my last resolution. And I see that you all who have showed up here tonight and many who showed up in February are asking that the council be used in this way, right? And it is your council and your government, but you also share it with the other people in the ward who don't feel that way. And so I guess much in the same way I'm going to be thinking about your resolution, I'm also thinking about this one. When do you become an opinion leader? You all know that I take very seriously my responsibility to represent the ward as the ward is. That's my philosophy for what my job is. But we're dealing with very, very serious things, and I don't know that that's the right way to approach the resolution. So those are some of the things I'll be thinking about, and as any of you want to approach me to talk about it. I presume the ward is still divided. So the real question for me may not be, are you still divided? It may be, do you want to try to sway me to use my representation in a different way? I'll leave you with that.
Thank you. Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Microphone.
Buttons. I want to thank you for that comment, because I've heard that way back about too many resolutions coming into city council. Then all of a sudden it stopped. I haven't heard anything about that at all. Why are we doing that? Why? It's non-binding anyways. Mm-hmm. So.
Councilor Maori.
Yeah, just some more food for thought. I mean, I think a resolution is non-binding and is kind of an acknowledgement that we don't have the power to make it binding. So we are talking about issues that are effectively beyond our power. Sometimes that they are used municipally, and because we're not omnipotent even within our own realm. But generally, that's the acknowledgement. That's the part. That's why it's a resolution, and perhaps why we don't make resolutions about more municipally focused issues, is we actually do have potential binding power.
Any more discussion in first reading? Okay, then it will come back to us, second reading, at our November 7th meeting. And last item on the agenda, is everyone ready? 24.153, a resolution in support of State Ballot Question 4 to decriminalize natural psychedelics for therapeutic use. This is in second reading. It was introduced and discussed on October 1st. And Councilor Doves and Councilor Maori are the sponsors. Is there anything you'd like to add?
I think people are probably really sick of hearing from me. Do you want to go first? No, I don't really. I think, I guess, I did actually want to correct something. There's been some inaccuracies floating around. This ballot question does not forbid traditional or religious use of substances. That's just not a thing. It does not impact indigenous use, kind of traditional practices around that. It doesn't try to regulate that. It doesn't. That's not part of it. What's going on here? I hear some of the concerns around. We saw, there's interesting conversations to be had around decriminalization versus legalization. Sometimes when you legalize something, you're making a structure, and that structure can be overtaken by those who have means to start businesses and have instant kind of capital to do so. And those are cautionary things we should be thinking about. I think we need to get there first. And the reality is, if this doesn't pass, we will not see it maybe for a decade again. That's how the legislation works. If there's not going to be an appetite to keep bringing back something that failed. So if we do not pass it, people will continue to not have the access they need. So I think that getting it passed is crucial, and then I think it's fair enough of a structure, and then we can have those conversations, and that's how I feel.
Councilor Dubs, did you have anything to add?
Just not much, but I'll sort of repeat what I said outside when we were speaking at the press conference. One in three Massachusetts adults suffer from mental health issues. I think that this is a really forward-thinking way to approach mental health and treatment of mental health. And I think that access to this kind of treatment can save lives. So I do think it's important to spread the word about this. I know that I've personally talked to a few people who feel torn about the question 4 on the ballot, and they don't know what to do or how to vote on it. And I think once they hear the information about what about natural psychedelics, and once they hear the benefits, people's minds seem to change once they become informed and educated about it. They seem to agree with it more. So I think that this resolution like this is really helpful to open people's minds and to give them an informed help them to make an informed decision when it comes time to vote on November 5th.
Councilors. Councilor Elkins.
Thank you, Councilor Dubs and Maori, for bringing this resolution. It's an interesting question. I'm always I'm generally a little leery of addressing important policy issues by way of voter referendum. That's just sort of a general principle. That said, it is the case that, the legislative history of how psychedelics came to be illegal is, racist. There's all kinds of problems with the war on drugs in general, how these came to be classified. And I also appreciate the newest research about the benefits of it. And I think also underlying all of this is the regulation that is within the context of a regulated medical use. And I am trusting that that those things that are in place that make all of our that attempts to regulate medicine and how it's practiced and make sure that we're all safe when we get treatments and things like that are taken care of. And so I agree with you. I'm a little on the fence about it, but I think overall, on the whole, I'm a yes vote on this. I'm a yes vote on the resolution. I don't really like to talk about how I'm going to vote, but I'm a yes vote when I go to the ballot box on this. So,
thanks, Councilor Moulton.
Yeah, thanks to the sponsors again, and I too am a yes vote on the resolution and on question 4. And I think we heard tonight some testimony from people who have experienced the value of psychedelic drugs in treating mental illness of a variety of whether it's PTSD or anxiety, depression, and so forth. And that's backed up by, as Councilor Elkins or Dubs, somebody just mentioned, the recent research is very promising on that. So it's not just the anecdotal experiences that we heard about tonight, but the research. The other thing I like about the question is that it is establishing therapeutic centers where there will be licensed, trained facilitators, practitioners who will be overseeing the use of the drug. So, for those reasons, I am in support of the resolution and question 4.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yeah, I agree with Council Moulton, and I'm in favor of this resolution. And question 4, I'd be voting yes. And I like that it's regulated, and I'm sure I would think that since it's a new treatment that will be available, doctors will err on the side of caution, and hopefully not overprescribe. And so many people are suffering with mental illness, addiction. If we can do one little thing to help some people, I think, it's our responsibility to do it. So, and hearing from people today, and people outside, it really did. It's a life changer for a lot of people when it's the appropriate medication. So I will be supporting the resolution and on the ballot question too.
Councilor Labarge.
Yep, thank you. I got my button on. Anyway, I'm getting tired. Anyways, I read this over very, very well with this language. And I'm going to say it again. On my side of the family, my mom, all 5 of her sisters had cancer. I just lost a cousin here who's a teacher at the Lead School with cancer. I just lost another cousin, first cousin, with cancer in February. It's in my family. And believe me, it's serious here. And I don't like mushrooms. And I don't. But because when I read this and I saw how it said Dana Faber Cancer Institute, I've been there. I've been there. And whatever they say, I agree. I agree with this, period. No matter, I don't like mushrooms, but it's going to help people with all different types of psychiatric problems here. Also, what really hit my heart is saying helping you to ease your end of life. And that is critical to me, critical. I was with a group here in Northampton. I talked in front of Channel 40 about being able to make your choice on how you want to die. And I've seen too many members of my family, it's not 1 year, it's every 3 years, dying of cancer. So I'm going to support this 100% because of what I see where some of this research has been done, which I did do a hair and fashion show many years ago at the Carlton for Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, and we made out very well with that. They even brought a little boy there to give him the check, and it was just so heart-feeling, so I'm supporting this because I feel we need to help people out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rothenberg.
I will just say I am supportive of this personally as well. And I will abstain while I process all this. But I love it, and I love to hear the comments about it. I'm always in support of anybody dealing with trauma, getting end-of-life care, opening their mind, whatever is the reason for the mushrooms. Very cool. But I will not tell Ward 3 how to vote. So I'm going to abstain.
Thank you. Yeah, the key for me is, removing the criminalization while creating a framework for its use. So I've gotten some comments from constituents about we heard tonight the regulatory capture concerns, and I think you spoke a little bit to that. But East Hampton's resolution had some amendments that tried to guide future regulation. Or just your thoughts to the sponsors on those, and what do you think would be helpful here, or that will come after it passes?
Well, my opinion is that this resolution is in support of a ballot question that's been formulated and we're actually going to vote on. And then we might actually get into some of Councilor Rothenberg's philosophical questions if we are then guiding it with our helpful suggestions. I think that's fine that East Hampton did that. I feel like it's simpler they can't, I think it actually could be confusing to residents because that's not what they would be voting on, and this is in support of the ballot question. So my opinion is that we have to deal with the ballot question that we have, and I hear those concerns, and I think there's been some inaccuracies, but there's always dangers with regulation and legalization, and I do really like the decriminalization part too. I think that's just anything that takes, a whack at the war on drugs and helps and helps user level folks not crowd our, legal, our legal system is a good thing. But yeah, I see that they did that, and to me, that feels like an overstep because this resolution is about supporting that ballot question, which those are not, the ones that the East Hampton are not part of. I kind of feel like it might obfuscate it a little bit, but that's my opinion.
And potentially there could be a resolution to guide the regulatory one if it passes. So, yeah. Did you want to comment at all?
Just to agree with Councilor Maiori and to follow her lead on that, I think that she makes a really good point, and I heard the concerns from people about the regulatory capture and appreciate them pointing that out. I think that Rachel's point of that this is about what the ballot question is about and what people are going to be voting for. So I completely agree with that. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Elkins.
I think I saw Councilor Perry's hand wave.
Councilor Perry.
Hi, everybody. I, again, want to thank the sponsors for putting this forward. I think everyone else has really hit on some of the reasons why I would support this. Criminalization, I think, is the first step. This is a process, a long road, as they've seen with the decriminalization of other natural medicinals. This is the ballot question is something I signed a petition for, so I have been supporting it for a long time. I've performed at events that were talking about this for the last few years. And in a world where chemicals are almost in everything we have, I think that the turn back to natural medicinals is important. Councilor Dove said it's nice to open people's minds, and I do want to say what other people have said is that these treatments aren't new; they have been used for centuries in certain places, and so I'm fully in support of this. So thank you for putting it forward, and I will close out with that. If anyone is not opposed, I will move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Councilor Perry and seconded by Councilor Labarge to approve. Further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilor Elkins?
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett?
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer?
Yes.
Councilor Labarge?
Yes.
Councilor Maori?
Yes.
Councilor Moulton?
Yes.
Councilor Perry?
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg?
Abstain.
And Councilor Dobbs?
Yes.
It passes with 8 yes votes and 1 abstention.
Can we move?
Okay, that's the last thing on our agenda, so I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
I think Councilor Perry gets one of those.
Give it to Councilor Perry.
Yeah, let's give it to Councilor Perry. He mouthed it.
Okay.
I'll second Councilor Perry's motion.
Hardwood and
Motion made by Councilor Perry and seconded by Councilor Clemmer. Roll call on adjournment.
Councilor Jarrett?
Jardine
Yes.
was exhausted.
Councilor Clemmer?
Yes.
Councilor Labarge?
Yes.
Councilor Maori?
Yes.
Councilor Moulton?
Yes.
Councilor Perry?
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg?
Yes.
Councilor Dobbs?
Yes.
And Councilor Elkins?
Yes.
Okay, thanks everyone. We have 2.5 weeks till an election. Let's go do some work, and see you in 3 weeks. We are adjourned.
Bye, everyone.
I kind of feel like I'm tripping right now.
I'd love to, yeah.